And there will be presentations by different businessmen. You are welcome at Almaty Invest Forum. My name is Murat Ofirim. I am the chairman of the board of Central Security. And before lunch, we are going to recover how to go out of crisis, the way the businessmen cope with this. There will be famous economists and businessmen with us, and after lunch we're going to have sharing economy. There will be people presenting their own vision, and we're going to talk about property development, and we're going to talk about the market of immovable property. I'd like to invite the moderator of this panel discussion on the topic of recover, our famous businessman from Forbes, who has been in touch with us, and he knows many things from his experience. He feels the pain of everyone, and I'm going to give the floor to Ержан Баталов. You must be the best moderator in this country because you're in touch with all businessmen, and we are having in your person the best moderator because you can disclose this subject very well. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you that in spite of this difficult year, the year of 2020, this is great that you have organized this Almaty Investment Forum. This is very important to meet each other, to talk, and it is important to quite a lot of a great diversity of opinion, and there was even a lot more panics because of that. And I believe that the information is essential, and such events as today are organized in order to assess the current situation, the period of time that has passed. We should plan something for future. And all the speakers who are invited to this forum, they are going to discover their own cases, their own they're going to talk on their experience and their business. Thank you for inviting me. Dear friends, today we are beginning on time. On TV, this is a rule so our forum is unique because it is partly offline and partly online. We got used to it, and I said many times that the video conferences, Zoom conferences, were a bit of irritation for us, but at a later stage we understood that it was very helpful because we are cutting down, we have a lot of time economy, and it improves the quality of the discussion. So I'm glad to see here all of you, and I'd like to present all the participants of this panel. And I'd like to remind you that our conference is on YouTube on many strip channels, and I'd like to welcome the whole audience who are with us today. The main topic is the best practice of anti-crisis management. I'm welcoming all of you here, and with your permission, I'd like to present our participants. Mr. Abdurrahmanov Nurlan Almasovich, he's in charge of regulation and development of financial market, the head of the agency. Mr. Maksat Kikimov, Deputy Akim of the city of Almaty. Please raise your hand. Mr. Sanjar Isleov, Chairman of the board of the Center of the City of Almaty Development. I'm glad to welcome you here. We were with you before pandemic. We were meeting each other quite a lot. Mr. Agri Spraymanis, the director of EBRD Kazakhstan. Mr. Ержан Dosymбekov, managing partner of Grand Torrent Kazakhstan. Yes, we are also collaborating quite a lot with you. Thank you for our joint effort. Ms. Shaykhmetova, chairman of the Halyk Bank the board of chairman of the board of Raimbak, Mr. Raimbeck Battalov, Raimbeck Holding. We are welcoming you here. Glad to see you here in Almaty. Mr. Alexei Petrov, managing partner of Da Vinci Capital. In my introduction, I have already mentioned that the biggest thing is the greatest difficulty that we have confronted with is a lack of information. And this lack of information and lack of future plans. So we are going to talk on best practices of anti-crisis management. And I'd like to pose a general question to you. What practices of best management do you know? Maybe you know such cases. Maybe there were impediments you have overcome as a company, as your business. To be honest, I'd like to give the first floor to Mr. Raimbeck Battalov, because I have spent a lot of time with him discussing things at many video conferences, and there were a lot of battle and dispute as to what the state should do, what the state should do, but nothing can be heard. Our specialists are trying to cope with this problem. Sorry for no translation.
То есть, возможно, у него-то все нормально. Это ЦРА. Это развитие Алматы, ЦРА. Не знал. Он Центральное разведывательное управление ЦРА. Центр развития Алматы. Баталов. Не слышно.
Я прошу прощения.
I beg my pardon, dear friends, we have a small technical problem. We're going to fix it. Still, it is difficult to organize a joint hybrid online and offline conference. Just be patient, a couple of minutes. Raimbek, please remember the question you are going to answer. This is the thing.
Участникам точно слышно, организация.
The participants do hear, but the organizers cannot hear. Maybe we can hear each other, but they don't hear us. Yes, I heard the voice of Umut Bulathan. Armanjan Mirkevich, I have a proposal. Let us use just first names without fathers' names. That's all right. Let's do it. Okay, we can hear everything. I will be able even to comment upon your talk. Raimbek. Okay, Raimbek without father's name. I believe that the cases, the COVID cases, they were not generalized and the data was not aggregated. And as a company, for example, but it concerns all of us. In fact, we are used to be in crisis, in big crisis and small crisis. And we understand that any devaluation, any case of devaluation is a crisis of us, and we are adapted to it. There were some world crises and involved the issues of the crisis devolved the issues of devaluations and some other negative things. And in fact, we are sort of prepared or got adapted. As far as my company is concerned, it is clear that the key issue, no matter whether you are a big business or a small business, the main issue is raising effectiveness and efficiency of your company. There are some classical things, but not everyone can cope with these classical things. They improve their digitalization and optimize their processes. We understand that this is really difficult. And it is difficult both for big businesses and medium size and small businesses. From the experience of our company, we didn't plan that the year of 2020 would be simple for us without COVID even, because in 1918 and 1919 we launched the large-scale reorganization. We started to digitalize all the processes. This was a two-sided process. We started with the linear management with our back office, and we were following those tracks. Linear management is a more difficult process because it involves different competences and different level of management, and it was the most difficult and painful process. And we understand that this cannot be realized within one day or within 1 year, depending on the size of the company. But in fact, we have reached a certain point, equator point, and we raised our capacity by 20%. And this is really important. And we have shifted to our digital tools. We are using Microsoft 365, and we are using some other digital tools, and we reduced our administrative costs, including business trips, transport, logistics. And for us as a whole, the pandemic and this crisis, we have met all this already prepared. But the process is still on, and our case as a company, we are going ahead. We are developing things, and we are trying to get adapted to the problems that emerge in as much as we go. And so we are going to improve all the verticals of our business, and we are trying to diversify the risks, not only in the internal market, but we are increasing our exports, not to perform transactions in tenge only. I beg my pardon, I forgot that our timing is 5 minutes per speaker. Please keep to the time frame. Well, I'm finishing. We got rid of non-profile. So this is in brief our case. As far as international cases are concerned, and as far as COVID is concerned, there is no any generalization as far. I'd like to mention some international trends and make a general view of Kazakhstan. I'd like to ask the same question to Agris. So your opinion is really important.
В Казахстане, я думаю, что...
And I think that you have enough information you're cooperating with many entrepreneurs, so you know what's happening in our economics. So we would like to know your opinion on that. As you already mentioned, I think the main problem right now in the initial stages of pandemic, it was so it was important to work with information of any sources during the pandemic. Many clients, they were raising hands and they were saying, we will do everything in our power, but we don't know what's going on right now. We don't know what's going to happen in the next few months. That's the objective opinion. So it's really hard to prepare for this situation. What EBRD did, we very quickly created a program, and it was the anti-crisis program that was to create a very agile, flexible system to provide information to the clients, to the new clients during the crisis times. And the investment climate was changing, the short-term investments were changing, and this program was very successful in all countries, including Kazakhstan. So we were able to work with our clients very successfully, and it's the clients' resilience maybe, but we don't see any serious problems with clients. Everything's been very successful. They're trying to get out of this crisis. The main question, though, I think, is how to act in post-crisis environment. And here I think that Raimbek has been very active. But for me, I think the question of division, of digitalization, it's still the key question in creating sustainable business environment in companies and in Kazakhstan. I think when we talk about these things, there's an opinion that the most important thing is the ecological question of some global issues, but it's the question of every company. But if we look at what energy efficiency of the company is, but it's one of the resources that the company is using. It has to do with the competitiveness level of the company. Also, we need to remember about the regional plans, where the whole world is moving right now, and the company will pay a lot for not following the rules. And we know that the more effective we use it, the better. The work in the region is very important, and as for digitalization, we don't even need to comment on that. It goes without saying that without the digital system, without the clear digital system in the country, no company, no government will succeed. So it's very hard to develop this topic, but I would like to stress that at the level of the companies, for the and optimization is also very important, and that these directions, this trend should be in the center of any strategy for any company and for any government. And government can do a lot in this regard. It's very difficult sometimes to discuss what businesses need to do here, but at the same time, many sectors will flourish if the ecosystem is right. And the ecosystem needs to change. It needs some investments from government. So I would like to stress that. Thank you very much. So they collected 4 billion EBRDs, working very good. You participated many different meetings and you participated in many important events. So as a representative of one of the biggest bank in the country, a lot of questions were asked of you. So very difficult, tough questions from entrepreneurs. So what banks could do, and you were willing to walk in that direction. You listened to many. Some requests were very extreme, radical, like to cancel the percentage, cancel the rates. Could you tell us how banks and the Holy Bank were helping businesses? Which programs were developed and implemented? Which successful cases can you talk about so far? Because our session is called Recover and the Future Growth, it needs to be said that we were just talking about ecosystem, and it's difficult to single out one sector or one industry without talking about the whole ecosystem. Ecosystem is the government and the measures that were taken by the government and the local authorities to support, to react to the situation that was happening in March and April when the lockdown was put in place. We need to say that the reaction was very quick in terms of monitoring fiscal decisions. You remember the tax authorities, tax discounts, rent discounts were given to entrepreneurs. Regulators, policymakers were reacting very quickly in terms of banks, in terms of restructurization of credits. So we were demanded to give all lenders, all physical entities, individuals to shift, to reschedule their loans so that they would not have to pay for 3 months. Also for small and medium-sized businesses, there were support programs, and from policymakers there were some tax discounts or loan discounts. As for our clients, of course, we also reacted in different sectors and different industries. Some were in shock, some were shutting down their companies, and we're going to see a lot of bankruptcies in the near future, of course. And we already have this survival instinct. People were adapting to new demands, new conditions. This crisis is different. It's not economic crisis. It didn't come from economy. It came from health, from health threat. And we had to think first of all of the safety of our clients. So the chain was broken. The chain of employed people was broken. Also the demand chain was broken. And for us as bankers, the chain of bank loan payments was broken. So the crisis was a different beast, different animal, and it affected the economy and affected each company individually. But I think other industry sectors have grown, like construction, telecommunication, logistics. So companies have transformed their delivery processes, delivery of different services, and that transformation was very critical in terms of survival of businesses, in terms of jobs. What we see in retail sector right now, in retail discounts, retail loans, we see that salaries have been decreased. people were going on unpaid holidays. The 42,500 social benefit during crisis were paid. It affects the portfolio, of course, and problematic credits were in places. NPL, problematic credits increased by 3% depending on the sector. If we speak of banks, we were reacting to these challenges. Well, if we talk about Halyk Bank, we have 12 branches, subsidiaries. We don't work in one sector. We work in different sectors. It's the national companies, big international companies, medium, small-sized companies. It's the retail sector. Speaking of subsidiaries, it's the broker companies, insurance companies. Also, there are some directions where we couldn't stop for one day. From incassation, for example, some measures were taken. We had to rent hotels. We had to put our employees there because actually a lot of employees live outside of the city. So, as you know, the roads were closed from one city to other cities. So we had to maintain the work. That's why we're renting apartments for employee, paying for food, providing transportation, medications, in order for the company to continue, because the company couldn't stop. We had to function. A lot of new things were implemented, provision of masks, of gloves, and we had deficits. But at the same time, we had to switch to digital formats. The headquarters went online completely. Now we work 50% online. The work that was done was multi-sided. It was very wide. Different decisions had to be taken. We had to work with regulators, with lenders, with employees. We have about 20,000 employees. So experience is new, but I think in general Kazakhstan, well, if we look at the numbers in terms of GDP decline, it was 2%, whereas other countries show even worse results for GDP decline. The world economy dropped by 7%. Each crisis makes us stronger, of course. Thank you very much. We'll talk about the financial system, about the work of financial bank. I'd like to give the word to the deputy of Akim of Almaty, Mr. Kikimov. So for many businessmen, the times were tough, but also for local organization administrations, because we were doing things for the first time. We were walking in the dark, so to speak. But I think that the businesses and the city authorities, local authorities, they really survived that challenge, and they were very successful, achieved many targets, including cities like Almaty that really with dignity went through this crisis, and the local authorities worked very well. Maksat, please take the floor, talk about the best practices. Did the Akim say that we're not going to have lockdown in the near time? So also wanted to hear that from you personally, and what do you think about the situation with coronavirus? Maksat. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, dear ladies and gentlemen. You know that the Akim just recently said that we were in the yellow zone. Now we were between the yellow and the green zone. Now we went to the green zone. Now we will have different discussions. as soon as he makes another announcement, we talk with different entrepreneurs, with Untitled Chamber of Commerce. The Akim meets with business communities in online formats. Just last week we had meeting with regional representatives of the city, with medium small sized entrepreneurs, and for 3 hours different problems were discussed. People were expressing their opinion, but we listen. We're moving forward, but it depends on the entrepreneurs, on the people, on meeting standards. We have mobile groups together with Atamiken, with entrepreneurs. We check our malls, shopping malls, big shopping malls, trade centers. If there are any complaints, they eliminate them as soon as possible. And it depends, of course, on us, on how we're going to follow all the norms and regulations, which is going to affect the next possible restrictions. But as you know, Almaty is the business city, is the city with private capital, which Almaty accounts for a huge amount of GDP, and 6 of 10 Almaty citizens are engaged in medium and small-sized businesses. One of the main priorities is to support the entrepreneurial sector, the development of medium-sized and small-sized businesses. During the first lockdown, the biggest pressure was felt by the sectors like the trade, accommodation, real estate, tourism, entertainment, real estate transactions. Medium, small-sized businesses were affected significantly. But like the Akim said in his statement, we have growth in production, in investments. Retail sector has suffered in the past 10 months, dropped by 8%. The turnover dropped by 14%. But now in the middle of the year, we had serious troubles. Now we have some growth, the index of physical volumes, but for the year, of course, the number would be lower. It was caused by consumer goods, the 30%, the numbers 30%. Also, different measures are being taken in the city. The West Holdout Center is providing huge amount of services right now. The entrepreneur came, requested something, and with the center holdout, we support him. Support small projects and big projects with Almaty Invest. And that Kim already mentioned today that memorandum was signed to attract investments. There are 55 projects. It's 1.5 trillion tenge. 1.5 times more than last year. Now we're working the question of Almaty business together with Thamon, and we want to decrease and we're going to sign the memorandum. We're going to give in loans 5 regions of the city at 5% mark. There were some prolongations for credits. We have 360,000 loans, and there were some prolongations for credits. Some rents were extended for big businesses. 1,100 rents were cancelled for some people and extended. So that's the measures of support that are being provided. Now we're willing to contribute to our businesses.
Thank you very much for this We do hope that business will not be turning to you when, I mean, in case of lockdown. And I do hope that this situation with pandemic and coronavirus will be improving and we'll have less cases of this disease. But the fact that you are going to help people and you have a joint program with Thamon, this is a good news, and entrepreneurs are very positive to all these projects done in collaboration with Akimat. This is really great support because we maintain contacts with the entrepreneurs and we discuss things with them, and they tell us that they are using these demo programs. Now the floor goes to Mr. Sanjar of the Center for the Development of the City of Almaty. Now, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, Roman Janikevich. Thank you for the floor. Talking about the cases, I'd like to describe the situation in the Center for Almaty Development. If you may know, in the very start of this coronavirus, we organized sort of a front office in Akimat, and in fact, the first shock was we had to deal with the first shock and the first blow, and we had 44,000 people accosting to us. And there were cases associated with pandemic, the disease. There were also the limitations of business associated with COVID. And there were, the situation was developing very unevenly. There were waves, and we were supposed to support the population, paying them for 42,500 tenge. So there were many people addressing us. Though we are a non-profit organization, we had to make some important decisions. And we developed a system. We had a very strong IT department and a reliable partner in terms of digitalization, and over 2 days we increased the number of jobs from 6 to 40. We did it not only locally, but we could afford to give access to the system to every operator from his side. And due to digitalization, we managed to create the database, the base of knowledge. There were the scripts of answers and all the novelties that were initiated in the city and by the government. And of course, we couldn't cope 100% with all the demands and queries, but nevertheless we tried our best and we covered at least 90%. Digitalization is really essential for business processes, and the crisis has shown us that there is no necessity to formally keep people in the office. We can organize their remote operations, and our operators from their homes can provide services that is in demand. And in this respect, we were able to react in due time, and the digital approach was very helpful. And our partners confronted with the same situation. Their personnel was working out of office from home, and they found very quick decisions. As far as future plans are concerned, we are looking at the improvement of our system to make it more flexible and more accessible, at the same time reducing the costs and resources, trying to do with less resources. And we are limited by our legislation and the yellow pages, and of course we cannot provide all the services that are in demand, but nevertheless It is essential for us to understand how to introduce new technologies and how to develop successful cases, because the whole world is confronting with the situation and they have to be flexible in terms of IT, in terms of promotion of our services. So that's what we are going to implement. Thank you very much. I had to answer the phone call. Sorry for that. We've got to respond to the questions from the audience. Please, if the audience have questions, please, you can leave your comments and all the questions can be redirected to me. And as a continuation of our discussion, I'd like to give the floor to Ержан Досымбеков. Ержан, your company has a big mass of information, big masses of information. Maybe you can mention some good cases, and we'd like to hear from you. You're welcome, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. Really, our role is the role of independent consultant and auditor, and it allows us to gain quite a lot of information, quite a lot of factual information, and getting ready to this forum. We have looked at some big outcomes. Of course, you may understand that I cannot quote any names, but we can talk about some conclusions. Okay, we can guess. And our previous speakers have already articulated many things, and we have dealt with our colleagues. The plannings of the development scenarios are among the most effective scenarios of management, and now it acquires a practical dimension, because it should be based on some facts, on some actual data, with the utilization of big data. This is not quite the forecasts and the scenarios that we were doing usually. I mean, 3 scenarios and so on and so forth. Sanjar has already mentioned the digitalization. Now, this is really an important standard, and now business would not be able to work without digitalization. It's going to remain a small business in this case. And in the core of this scenario, there should be a plan for managing cash flows. And it has always been like that, but the crisis has shown that this is the key issue for the survival of any business, and we are recommending the companies to create forecasts a year ahead, or on a day-to-day basis if you need this. But in practice, according to our practice, we are creating the forecast for a year, but it is flexible. For example, a week passes and we are changing this forecast in line with what we have achieved. And from our experience and from what we see from our clients, these are online sales that are important. Probably we had to organize this earlier, but it is never late to introduce this right now, to improve the chain of supplies, the supply chain on the part of provision and on the part of the delivery. If this is retail and if the shops are closed, business should not be continued because the logistic companies are not operating. Anyway, the delivery is working and the business is surviving. And we'd like to mention that it is important to look at the IT policy and IT security, because the majority of the companies are working online, operating from their homes, and the level of safety and security the companies could provide in their respective offices is not quite what you can provide for your staff at home, at their homes. And your IT company should be very proficient in updating the policy of security, and your staff should be trained to provide this security. Of course, we realize that business is to survive, but this can act as a very compromising thing. And on the other hand, we should analyze our competitors. We should look at your competitors. Who are they? Because now we have a new business environment, a new reality, and our businessmen can obtain new competitors which have never existed or were not noticed, because there is a major reorganization of the whole business. There was a introduction by our Minister of Digitalization, and he mentioned Kaspi case that, of course, there are many things that are emerging, and there are many elements winning this market, and today it is very timely to sell something or buy something. And if you see that your business is surviving, you're developing, but not everyone is developing as well as you, maybe you should look from a wider angle, and maybe you can buy some business. You can buy the supply business or the distribution business. And if you cannot survive, if you're not good at surviving, maybe you should think at selling your business. And this is also a good option, because your business will not die, but someone will buy it and make it more viable. And there are some cases of this that we witnessed. Thank you, Ержан. Now I'd like to give the floor to Alexei. To Alexei Petrov, managing partner of Da Vinci Capital. Please, could you tell us about your best practices? Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk, to be among such experts. And we, as a company who deals with direct investments, because our business is flexible enough, we were not influenced by the crisis so deeply as it could be expected, or so deeply as some other companies were affected. The companies and branches who find difficulty in effective alteration of their strategy, we switched on more aggressive investments, and it is difficult to raise money this year because of the limitations of some global transportation limitations. And now we're actively investing into digital companies or digitalized companies who deal with logistics. And we are looking at the delivery of foodstuffs and agricultural produce, and we are attracting money using new opportunities provided by this crisis, and we are attracting money for our clients and for our cattle companies at the debt market, especially at the debt market of Russia, because the bonds, the liquidity is high, and the bonds can be issued in Kazakhstan or in any other country, and we are quite successful in doing this part of business. As Balatu Mirhanovna mentioned, that I agree that this crisis is not an economic one. This crisis came from the sources we had never expected. And we have witnessed political crisis and economic crisis, but this is the crisis of the health system. And it is very important for us, as for a company which deals with direct investments, to provide security not only of our staff, but we should provide the security of our portfolio companies. And every company is unique, and we cannot say that we have a universal recipe, that we have any prescriptions as to how to work in these settings. But we can say that we used this period of time for attracting investments from different sources. We were trying to attract debt securities and for our portfolio companies, just for them to be more successful in future. Now this year is finishing, and we do hope that the future year will be less difficult, and the business activity will raise, and will achieve the rate which we used to have previously. And we have provided enough finance for our portfolio companies for them to develop further. And we hope that the development will continue offline and that promote our companies further. As a financier, I'd like to say that this year was successful for us, and we have made some investments in spite of all difficulties, and we took advantage of the opportunities provided by this crisis, and we earned at the market of attracting debt capital, and also the IPO market, then investment into the construction. These are the opportunities that we have used, even with greater success than in previous years. So we should be flexible, and we should avoid some traditional views at the world, at the investments, at maintaining business. Yes, this crisis has changed our thinking, and we started to use some decisions that are not quite standard. For example, investments in the debt market, and this year we have approached this market very closely, and so this is a new trend in our business, and that's what we're going to develop next year. And now we're developing the IPO business in our company, and we started to invest into companies of the new technological sectors who are doing the IPO. And that's the business that we are going to develop as well. So that's it. We have used the volatile possibilities, and that's the way we are proceeding. Well, in continuation of our discussion, I'd like to ask the question to Raimbeck about the relationship between the state and business. And coming back to our discussion, Raimbeck, for example, there were many programs, and even there was a list of programs and the list of enterprises that would be supported. And of all those programs, was the real help? Did either of the programs worked in reality? Can you describe that? Yes, there is. We should differentiate between small, big, and middle-sized business. Before the pandemic, our president declared about a 3 years moratorium for 3% So the annual sum is about 200 billion tenge. In fact, small businesses have ceased to pay 200 billion tenge, and how this money is used maybe for their internal business, for raising the sustainability of small businesses. This was a really good relief. The second thing, during this COVID period, the state tried to support the businesses and the activities that suffered most. And those who are parts of these businesses they enjoyed so some people are using demo businesses so we have improved the loan conditions, and we use tax deferments, and EBRD said that have ratified 4 billion. So there is a big support in financial terms, but we should reconsider the approaches to the development of small and medium businesses. And I believe that here the approaches should be changed, and they should be changed in terms of using more effective tools, and that's something we are working at. But I must emphasize that the role of Akimat from the point of view of supporting small and micro businesses should be increased. Even the financial tools that were used are not sufficient. If we look at the check of Damu, it's it is not for small and micro businesses. And this segment, or this part, so in Almaty there are about 160 to 2,060 small businesses in the territory of Almaty only. And there are relevant programs in order to support them. But if we look at the number of businesses we covered, this number is very small. We understand that from the point of view of small and so we need to develop some other approaches, and we are developing them with Atomiken and with the government and with Akimats. And now this is the time to optimize and to change, and we should digitalize more things and more elements.
That's it for me. I can talk for long, but I have limits. No, we got it. We understand. I remember what Raimbek said. Now everything's calmer, because when we spoke in spring, the tensions were running high. So the economy is recovering slowly. Now it's like to speak to about the specific steps of the second tier buildings, second tier banks. We cannot see. We have some technical difficulties. You're muted. You're on mute right now. Armani, yeah. You need to push the button on Zoom. Maksat, who's responsible? My Zoom partners can't hear me. I have one question left, about the steps that the second-tier banks are taking to help small-sized and medium-sized business. Were there any steps taken? As I said before, first we took regulatory measures, took regulatory steps from financial institutions and national banks. It had to do with the determinant of payments of loans, to change the schedule of payments. Did anybody really use it? Did the entrepreneurs use it? Yes, they did. Actually, many did. Individuals, yes, and many have refused to do it. Those who had traffics, individuals who had salaries, they refused to take this option and they paid the loans. There were a lot of 16% from the credit portfolio, 16% were applied for that. Yes, it's a good number. We saw that out of that 16%, 50% of that number asked for extension for determinant of payment again. Additional services, because some may fear that if lockdown happens in the end of December, they might not get the sales that they need. So New Year's sales are very important. It's a very important period in business, so it's very critical. The government's role is very critical here, local authorities' role, about the restrictions on activities during New Year's period. Well, it's nothing new for us, as we know that we're reducing pressure on credits for people. We were reducing credit rates. So, based on the sales, we fix our schedules. Now we have new program, very interesting, from the government. 6% rate is being subsidized on all sectors that were doing the activities during the pandemic. The government is refunding the money, and you can use the money for future payments. So we have a lot of applications. The program just started about 2,000 requests were processed for subsidies. So a lot of legal entities applied. So these measures that were taken by the government, they were very supportive of the economy and provided the demand and financial support for businesses. Thanks very much for the answer. I will agree that 2020 has really took its toll on us. So now businesses and the governments have become to collaborate more between each other, and they started to support each other, and the help from the government, from governmental institutions, it has increased, and the situation is improving more and more. I'd like to ask a question of Maksat Kikimov. Maksat, can you hear me? Maksat, are you there? Yes, I can. Regarding the future plans for the next year in terms of collaboration with businesses, what are the plans in terms of collaboration with businesses? I'm sorry, we have some interruptions. So thank you very much. All the regional programs and other programs, we'll be using them in support of our businesses. You know that a program was developed for Almaty. It's the program for medium and small-sized businesses. I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me? Yes, we can. For the support of companies, we developed a range of measures, and these measures were very fruitful. They impact the negative influence that was caused by the lockdown. The implementation of those state programs in Almaty, they helped to increase the budget. Now it's 34 billion tenge. That is being done within as part of the roadmap of 2025. The amount of production volumes has increased to improve the conditions, working conditions, and the subsidies were given, and we're planning to increase the amount of subsidies. We increase grants for this program. In the beginning of the year, we have 205 million. Now we have grants up to 5 million tenge. And now a lot of applications were processed. I want to say that a quarter of them already being scanned and being processed again. Plus, as with regards to credit rates, we plan to use all the measures at the regional level. Thank you very much. I think our discussion will be coming to a close because we have some technical problems. Maybe the internet connection is not so good, so we can hear you very well. So if you want to add something, please feel free to add if you have any additions. I guess if you want to add anything. we see that the companies are being supported, and we need to understand the situation is going up and down. It's the support of the population, support of companies is very important. When we look ahead and we look at the development of the economy, we will need to be very selective in terms of sectors, in terms of industries. The more we work, the more results we will get. It will be better to work recently launched where infrastructure is being created, different technologies are being developed and created. There is a work being done with second-tier banks, and it's not about the questions of finances, it's also about the technologies. It's not a social question, it's the question of opportunities. And I hope that these programs and Atomican is also a part of these programs. I hope that this work will give its results. I think the connection is very bad. I don't hear everything, unfortunately. Yes, speaking seriously, the support of small-sized, medium-sized business, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but there are some programs that will be stimulating and will invest in technology. We need to invest in technology, maybe not in the beginning of next year, but maybe later, a little further ahead. Thank you very much. Agris, anybody wants to add something? I think Agris brought up very important points. I think it's very good, very useful for us as the community, what Sanjar said. And it's very important to hear opinions from international communities to create the necessary environment for sustainable environment and competitive atmosphere. So through financial and non-financial instruments, I think we're on the right track with the local authorities, because we need to create the consulting agencies for small businesses. We need to create the environment. We need to target certain sectors to help those sectors. We need to become more competitive. I think this is a very important point. But Armajan, we just wanted to thank you for this dynamic work, regardless of the connection. I think you did well, Raimbek. Thank you for your high assessment. We started with that. We started on a positive note, and because it's a Kazakh forum, it's a Kazakh Almaty forum, so it's very important. Dear friends, I would like to thank you for participating in this discussion, and once again, apologies for the technical difficulties, but I would like to thank the organizers. It's a unique opportunity to speak at this unique location, unique platform. As a media person, I want to say that one of the key issues that we have faced during the virus was the lack of information. We couldn't assess where we are, what we do, and where we're moving. So for the past year, we've collected a lot of information, database, and we've done some successful projects. We were able to get out of crisis. We achieved some understanding on how government should react, and and how the companies were supported. I think that situation is balancing out right now, and I compared can compare this to previous meetings, to previous results, and here right now I think that everyone's feeling more confidently. Everybody knows where they need to go. Thank you very much. Thank you for finding time to talk to us, for talking to the very wide audience, for sharing your cases. I think that knowledge is power. The more we know, the more we perform at such events, the easier it will be for us to overcome the difficulties. Thank you very much. Again, good luck. Bye-bye. Dear participants of the panel session, regardless of some internet connection, we have internet. We have some pressure on the internet because we have 3 meetings at the same time, 3 panels going at the same time. But the discussion was very interesting, Armajan. You were very, you can handle stress very well. And you brought up very important points for business, for the government. And I think the interaction between the business and the government is very critical. It opened up a lot of questions for discussion. I think it will be very, it will be of use to many people. We've heard to some influencers that live in these ecosystems, and we all affect this ecosystem. Thank you once again for sharing your opinion. Thank you for your peaceful attitude, for your calmness. You're like a businessman who can handle these difficulties very well. Thank you very much. Dear participants, I would like to say that we have break now from 1 to 2 p.m. At 2 p.m. we will meet again. We'll be talking about sharing economy and property development. We'll go on break right now. At 2 o'clock we'll meet again about sharing economy, and we'll continue our discussion. Thanks very much.
Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TES 2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. Vamiet, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyar of Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. Sema Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, an apart mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment market yourself. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кем мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кем мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Almaty Invest инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Almaty City жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі Вамет көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. Сема медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Leroy Merlin гипермаркетінің құрылысы және мол апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Dubai Logistic World пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Almaty Investment Forum 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Алматы-Сити – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа-н-резорт-отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня ВАМЕД позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр СЕМА, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета Леруа Мерлен и торгово-развлекательного центра Мола Порт. А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TETS-2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. VAMED, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyarov Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. SEMA Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, an apart mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's plain to see 55 memorandums at the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment market yourself.
Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстары мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20% төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіптік парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіптік парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-еуі қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркты пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл қадамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6% беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктері бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы инвест. Алматы инвест орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады, кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді, қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Алматы инвест 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация «Алматы» – это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом. Управляет активами и земельными участками. Реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом. Сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары. Управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%. Привлекает инвестиции через подразделение «Алматы Инвест». Одно из направлений СПК «Алматы» – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, управление деятельностью торговых павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу две программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Алматы. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Алматы Бизнес-2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК Алматы запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Алматы уже функционирует 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Алматы. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого-среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025», которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Алматы Финанс и микрофинансовой организации Алматы. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Алматы и до 500 миллионов тенге в Алматы Финанс. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы «Алматы Инвест». «Алматы Инвест» создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Алматы, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные проекты города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. Сегодня Алматы Инвест развивает более 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы.
В рамках единой программы поддержки и развития бизнеса «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2020» создана индустриальная зона на площади 490 гектаров, расположенная на территории Алатауского района крупнейшего города Казахстана Алматы. Индустриальная зона Алматы – дочернее предприятие акционерного общества «Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Алматы», созданного для развития предпринимательства в мегаполисе. Развитая инфраструктура индустриальной зоны и выгодные условия для предпринимательства обеспечивают стабильный рост инвестиций, в том числе иностранных. На сегодня участниками индустриальной зоны являются 53 компании, работающие по 6 приоритетным отраслям промышленности. В 2016 году был запущен тепличный комплекс BRB АПК. Объем производства составляет более 7 тысяч тонн овощей в год. В 2018 году начал работу завод по производству металлических высокопрочных сеток и панелей Tokyo Rope Almaty, чья продукция соответствует высоким мировым стандартам. Энергетическая компания НКО специализируется на производстве и поставке оборудования для тепло- и водоснабжения. В год производит около 24 тысяч единиц оборудования. За последние годы в индустриальной зоне были запущены несколько крупных проектов. Это мясоперерабатывающий комплекс «Бижан» с объемом производства 5,5 тысяч тонн колбасы, мясных полуфабрикатов и деликатесов в год. КСМ «Техновид» с объемом производства около 500 тысяч квадратных метров энергоэффективных архитектурных фасадов в год. В 2020 году в индустриальной зоне открылся крупнейший завод по производству легковых автомобилей Hyundai Trans Казахстан. Индустриальная зона Алматы. Мы развиваем промышленный потенциал страны. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кең мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі. Алматы Инвест. Алматы Инвест инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобаларымен танысыңыз. Алматы Сити жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ, ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі Вамет көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. Сема медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Logistic World'пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Алматы Инвестмент форум 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы «Almaty Invest». Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемые в городе Алматы. Алматы-Сити – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа-н-резорт-отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня ВАМЕД позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр СЕМА, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета «Леруа Мерлин» и торгово-развлекательного центра «Мола Порт». А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TES-2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. VAMED, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyarov Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. SEMA Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, and a port mall shopping and entertainment center, and construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's plain to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty investment market yourself.
Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстар мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20%-ға төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда жерлерімен тікелей әріптестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіптік парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіптік парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-і қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркты пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл адамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6% беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктері бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы инвест. Алматы инвест орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады. Кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді. Қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Алматы Инвест 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Almaty – это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом, управляет активами и земельными участками, реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом, сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%, привлекает инвестиции через подразделение Almaty Invest. Одно из направлений СПК Almaty – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, управление деятельностью торговых павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу две программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Almaty. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Almaty Бизнес 2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК Almaty запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Almaty. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Almaty уже функционирует 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Almaty. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого-среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025», которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Almaty. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Almaty Finance и микрофинансовой организации Almaty. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Almaty и до 500 миллионов тенге в Almaty Finance. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Almaty – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Almaty – Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Almaty, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные проекты города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. Almaty Invest развивает более 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Almaty.
рамках единой программы поддержки и развития бизнеса «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2020» создана индустриальная зона на площади 490 гектаров, расположенная на территории Алатауского района крупнейшего города Казахстана Алматы. Индустриальная зона Алматы – дочернее предприятие акционерного общества «Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Алматы», созданного для развития предпринимательства в мегаполисе. Развитая инфраструктура индустриальной зоны и выгодные условия для предпринимательства обеспечивают стабильный рост инвестиций, в том числе иностранных. На сегодня участниками индустриальной зоны являются 53 компании, работающие по 6 приоритетным отраслям промышленности. В 2016 году был запущен тепличный комплекс BRB АПК. Объем производства составляет более 7 тысяч тонн овощей в год. В 2018 году начал работу завод по производству металлических высокопрочных сеток и панелей Tokyo Rope Almaty, чья продукция соответствует высоким мировым стандартам. Энергетическая компания НКО специализируется на производстве и поставке оборудования для тепло- и водоснабжения. В год производит около 24 тысяч единиц оборудования. За последние годы в индустриальной зоне были запущены несколько крупных проектов. Это мясоперерабатывающий комплекс «Бижан» с объемом производства 5500 тонн колбасы, мясных полуфабрикатов и деликатесов в год. КСМ «Техновид» с объемом производства около 500 тысяч квадратных метров энергоэффективных архитектурных фасадов в год. В 2020 году в индустриальной зоне открылся крупнейший завод по производству легковых автомобилей Hyundai Trans Казахстан. Индустриальная зона Алматы. Мы развиваем промышленный потенциал страны. Бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін кем мүмкіндіктері бар Қазақстанның ірі мегаполисі. Бұл елдің аса ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Алматы Инвест инвестициялар тарту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасау және қолдаумен, сондай-ақ жобаларды қаптау және жылжытумен айналысады. Алматы қаласында жүзеге асырылып жатқан аса ірі жобалармен танысыңыз. Алматы Сити жоба негізінен іскерлік және ойын-сауық объектілері орналасатын қаланың орталық бөлігінде. Алматы қаласы әуежайының халықаралық терминалы. Оның мақсаты мегаполисті орталық Азиядағы аса ірі жолаушылар және логистикалық хабқа айналдыру. Алматы ЖО2 Қазақстанда электр және жылу энергиясын аралас өндіру бойынша ең ірі жылу станциясы. Көп функционалды отбасылық туристік тақырыптық саябақ. Ол аттракциондар паркін, жабық ойын-сауық орталығын, аквапаркты, спа and resort қонақ үйін, ботаникалық бақты, коттедж қалашығын қамтиды. Әлемдік деңгейдегі Вамет көпбейінді клиникасы медициналық туризм қызметтерін және заманауи медициналық инновациялық технологиялар енгізуді жүзеге асыруға мүмкіндік береді. Асфендияров атындағы Қазақ ұлттық медициналық университеті жанындағы біріккен университеттік ауруханасы 6 ірі ғылыми орталықтар мен зерттеу институттарын біріктіреді. Сема медициналық орталығы көпбейінді емхананы, хирургиялық стационарды, жан сақтау, ота жасау блогын қамтиды. Алматыда фармкластердің ажырамас бөлігі болатын фармацевтикалық препараттар, медициналық бұйымдар мен техника өндіру жөніндегі өнеркәсіптік парк сауданың дамуына ықпал етеді. Леруа Мерлин гипермаркетінің құрылысы және Мол Апорт сауда ойын-сауық орталығының құрылысы. Ал Дубай Logistic World'пен бірлесіп, ал мультимодальдық логистикалық хаб салу мегаполистің сауда айналымын арттыруға мүмкіндік береді. Алматы Инвестмент форум 2020 шеңберінде 1 триллион 518 миллиард теңге сомасына 55 меморандумға қол қою жоспарланады. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы «Almaty Invest». Almaty Invest занимается созданием и поддержкой благоприятных условий для привлечения инвестиций, а также упаковкой и продвижением проектов. Познакомьтесь с крупнейшими проектами, реализуемыми в городе Алматы. Almaty City – проект в центральной части города, где будут расположены главным образом деловые и развлекательные объекты. Международный терминал аэропорта города Алматы, цель которого сделать мегаполис крупнейшим пассажирским и логистическим хабом Центральной Азии. Алматинская ТЭЦ-2 – крупнейшая тепловая станция в Казахстане по комбинированной выработке электрической и тепловой энергии. Многофункциональный семейно-туристический тематический парк, включающий в себя парк аттракционов, крытый развлекательный центр, аквапарк, спа-энд-резорт-отель, ботанический сад, коттеджный городок. Многопрофильная клиника мирового уровня ВАМЕД позволит осуществить услуги медицинского туризма и внедрение современных медицинских инновационных технологий. Объединенная университетская больница при Казахском национальном медицинском университете имени Асфендиярова, объединяющая 6 крупнейших научных центров и исследовательских институтов. Медицинский центр СЕМА, включающий в себя многопрофильную поликлинику, хирургический стационар, реанимационный операционный блок. Промышленный парк по производству фармацевтических препаратов, медицинских изделий и техники, который станет неотъемлемой частью фармкластера в Алматы. Развитию торговли способствуют строительство гипермаркета «Леруа Мерлин» и торгово-развлекательного центра «Молапорт». А строительство мультимодального логистического хаба позволит увеличить торговый оборот мегаполиса. В рамках Almaty Investment Forum 2020 планируется подписать 55 меморандумов на сумму 1,5 триллиона тенге. Стройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы. Almaty is the biggest metropolis in Kazakhstan with ample opportunities for the business development and investment attraction. It's the largest economy in the country. Almaty Invest, a structural unit of the Almaty Social Entrepreneurial Corporation, is the main driver of attracting investments in the megapolis. Almaty Invest is engaged in creating and supporting favorable conditions for attracting investments, as well as packaging and promoting projects. Please see the largest projects in Almaty. Almaty City is a project in the central part of the city, where mainly business and entertainment facilities will be located. The international terminal of the Almaty Airport, the purpose of which is to make the metropolis the largest passenger and logistic hub in Central Asia. Almaty TES-2 is the largest thermal power plant in Kazakhstan for the combined heat and power generation. Multifunctional family and tourist theme park that includes amusement park, indoor entertainment center, water park, spa and resort hotel, botanical garden, gated community with cottages. VAMED, a world-class multidisciplinary clinic, will allow providing medical tourism services and implementing modern medical innovative technologies. United University Hospital at the Asfendiyarov Kazakh National Medical University, combining 6 largest scientific centers and research institutes. SEMA Medical Center, which includes a multidisciplinary clinic, a surgical hospital, an intensive care unit, and an operating unit. Industrial park for the production of pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and equipment that will become an integral part of the pharmaceuticals cluster in Almaty. Trade development and facilitated by construction of Leroy Merlin hypermarket, and a port mall shopping and entertainment center. And construction of a multimodal logistic hub will help to increase the trade turnover of the metropolis. Within the Almaty Investment Forum 2020, it's planned to see 55 memorandums in the amount of $3.5 billion. Discover attractive Almaty. Investment market yourself.
Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бұл мемлекет ресурстар мен бизнес арасындағы көпір, активтер мен жер телімдерін басқарады. Қаланың инфрақұрылымдық жобаларын және жеке бизнеспен серіктестікте инвестициялық жобаларды іске асырады. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлары бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежейді. Азық-түлік бағасы 15-20% төмен жәрмеңкелер мен сауда павильондарын басқарады. Алматы инвест бөлімшесі арқылы инвестициялар тартады. Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы бағыттарының бірі қаланың азық-түлік қауіпсіздігін қамтамасыз ету. Әлеуметтік маңызы бар азық-түлік тауарлар бағасының маусымдық өсуін тежеу. Өңірлік тұрақтандыру қорының қорларын толықтыру. Азық-түлік тауарларын сату үшін сауда кестік. Белгілі бір тауарлардың бағасы орташа нарықтық бағадан 15-20%-ға төмен сауда павильондарының қызметін басқару. Қаланың барлық аудандарында жергілікті ауыл шаруашылығы өндірушілерінің қатысуымен демалыс күнгі жәрмеңкелерді ұйымдастыру. Сонымен қатар әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы активтерді және жер телімдерін басқарады. Олардың негізінде қаланың бизнесмендері мен инвесторларының өз жобасын іске асыруға мүмкіндігі бар. Біз қаланың әлеуметтік маңызы бар мәселелеріне табысты бөле отырып жобаларды тиімді басқаруға көмектесеміз. 2019 жылы Алматының микро, шағын және орта кәсіпкерлігін қолдау бойынша бірден 2 бағдарлама қабылданды. Бұл қарапайым заттар экономикасы және Алматы бизнес 2025 бағдарламалары. Осы бағдарламалар аясында бизнесті ұйымдастыруға және дамытуға арналған көптеген құралдар бар. Осындай құралдардың бірі өнеркәсіптік парктер. 2019 жылы Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясы өнеркәсіп парктер бағдарламасын іске қосты. Бағдарламаның мақсаты Алматыда шағын және орта бизнестің өнеркәсіптік инфрақұрылымын дамыту. Қазір өнеркәсіп парктерде құрылыс, жиһаз, азық-түлік және жеңіл өнеркәсіптерінің кәсіпкерлері жұмыс істейді. Алматыда 3 өнеркәсіп парк жұмыс істейді. Оның ішінде 3-еуі қала аумағында. Алматы индустриялық аймағының аумағында 2021 жылы тағы да 4 өнеркәсіптік паркты пайдалануға беру жоспарлануда. 2015 жылы қаланың барлық аудандарында стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы іске қосылды. Стационарлық емес сауда объектілері бағдарламасы бұл адамдық қолжетімділікте қызмет көрсету инфрақұрылымын құру, 1000-ға жуық жұмыс орнын құру, шағын және орта бизнес іскерлік белсенділігін арттыру, стихиялық сауда деңгейінің төмендеуі, көлеңкелі экономикадан шығу. 2019 жылы қала кәсіпкерлерді қолдау жөніндегі қарапайым заттар экономикасы мен бизнестің жол картасы 2025 бағдарламаларын әзірледі және сәтті іске қосты. Осы бағдарламалар мемлекеттік қаржылық қолдау құралдарын, мемлекеттік гранттар беруді және Алматыда шағын және орта бизнесті дамыту үшін кәсіпкерлерді оқытуды іске асырады. Өткен жылы құрылған қолдау кәсіпкерлік орталығы кәсіпкерлерге кеңес беру, оқыту және бизнес жоспарларды әзірлеуге көмектесу бойынша үлкен жұмыс жүргізді. Іс бастауы сәтті болғандықтан, орталық экономиканың негізгі секторларын одан әрі дамыту жөніндегі жұмысты 2024 жылға дейін жалғастырады. Алматы финанс және Алматы микроқаржы ұйымынан төмен пайызбен кредит беру қолдаудың тиімді шарасына айналды. Кепілдік несиелер Алматы микроқаржылық ұйымдарда 55 миллион теңгеге дейін және Алматы финанста 500 миллион теңгеге дейін 2 немесе 6% беріледі. 2019 жылдан бастап 67 кәсіпкер қаржыландыру алып өз бизнесін бастады немесе кеңейтті. Алматы бизнесті дамыту және инвестициялар тарту үшін зор мүмкіншіліктері бар Қазақстанның ең ірі мегаполисі. Бұл еліміздің ең ірі экономикасы. Мегаполиске инвестиция тартудың негізгі драйвері Алматы әлеуметтік кәсіпкерлік корпорациясының құрылымдық бөлімшесі Алматы Инвест. Алматы Инвест орта және ірі инвестициялық жобаларды дамыту үшін қолайлы жағдайлар жасайды. Алматыға жергілікті және шетелдік инвестициялар тартады, кеңес береді, инвесторлардың жобаларын қолдайды, әкімшілік кедергілерді төмендетеді, қаладағы ірі жобаларды іске асырады және инвестициядан кейінгі қолдау көрсетеді. Бүгінгі таңда Алматы Инвест 40-тан астам инвестициялық жобаны дамытуда. Сіз де өзіңіз үшін Алматының тартымды инвестициялық нарығын ашыңыз.
Социально-предпринимательская корпорация Almaty – это мост между ресурсами государства и бизнесом, управляет активами и земельными участками, реализует инфраструктурные проекты города и инвестиционные проекты в партнерстве с частным бизнесом, сдерживает сезонный рост цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, управляет ярмарками и торговыми павильонами, где цены на продукты ниже на 15-20%, привлекает инвестиции через подразделение Almaty Invest. Одно из направлений СПК Алматы – обеспечение продовольственной безопасности города, сдерживание сезонного роста цен на социально значимые продовольственные товары, пополнение запасов регионального стабилизационного фонда, прямое партнерство с торговыми сетями для реализации продовольственных товаров, управление деятельностью торговых павильонов, цены на определенные товары, в которых на 15-20% ниже среднерыночных, организация ярмарок выходного дня с участием местных сельхозпроизводителей во всех районах города. СПК также управляет активами и земельными участками, на базе которых у бизнесменов и инвесторов города есть возможность реализовать свой проект. Мы помогаем эффективно управлять проектами, распределяя доходы на социально важные задачи города. В 2019 году были приняты сразу две программы по поддержке микро, малого и среднего предпринимательства Алматы. Это программы «Экономика простых вещей» и «Алматы Бизнес-2025». В рамках этих программ существует множество инструментов для организации и развития бизнеса. Один из таких инструментов – промышленные парки. В 2019 году СПК Алматы запустили программу промышленных парков. Цель программы – развитие промышленной инфраструктуры малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Сейчас в промышленных парках работают предприниматели строительной, мебельной, пищевой и легкой промышленностей. В Алматы уже функционирует 3 промпарка, из них 3 на территории города. Ввод в эксплуатацию еще 4 промпарков планируется в 2021 году на территории индустриальной зоны Алматы. В 2015 году была запущена программа НОТ – нестационарных объектов торговли во всех районах города. Программа НОТ – это создание инфраструктуры сервиса в шаговой доступности, создание до 1000 рабочих мест, повышение деловой активности малого-среднего бизнеса, снижение уровня стихийной торговли, выход из теневой экономики. В 2019 году город разработал и успешно запустил программы по поддержке предпринимателей «Экономика простых вещей» и «Дорожная карта бизнеса 2025», которые реализуют инструменты государственной финансовой поддержки, выдачу государственных грантов и обучение предпринимателей для развития малого и среднего бизнеса в Алматы. Созданный в прошлом году Центр обслуживания предпринимателей Колдау провел колоссальную работу по консультациям, обучению и помощи в разработке бизнес-планов для предпринимателей. В связи с успешным стартом Центр продолжит работу по дальнейшему развитию основных секторов экономики до 2024 года. Эффективной мерой поддержки стало кредитование под льготный процент от Almaty Finance и микрофинансовой организации Алматы. Залоговые кредиты выдаются под 2 или 6% на сумму до 55 миллионов тенге в микрофинансовой организации Алматы и до 500 миллионов тенге в Almaty Finance. С 2019 года 67 предпринимателей получили финансирование и начали или масштабировали свой бизнес. Алматы – крупнейший мегаполис Казахстана с широкими возможностями для развития бизнеса и привлечения инвестиций. Это крупнейшая экономика страны. Основной драйвер привлечения инвестиций в мегаполис – структурное подразделение социально-предпринимательской корпорации Алматы – Almaty Invest. Almaty Invest создает благоприятные условия для развития средних и крупных инвестиционных проектов, привлекает местные и иностранные инвестиции в Алматы, консультирует, сопровождает проекты инвесторов, снижает административные барьеры, реализует якорные проекты города и оказывает постинвестиционную поддержку. Сегодня Almaty Invest развивает более 40 инвестиционных проектов. Откройте и вы для себя привлекательный инвестиционный рынок Алматы.
Biz forumumuzda жалғастырамыз. Екінші сессиямыз басталды.
We are continuing our forum. We are beginning the second session. This forum we are going to discuss mega trends on sharing economy. In this forum there will be famous businessmen participating, and then the discussion will follow. We are continuing the second part of our forum focused on mega trends. In this session we are going to look at sharing economy and property development. Afterwards there will be a panel discussion. We'd like to discuss our next speaker, a famous businessman who creates platforms for sharing economy. Many of you know the Choka family company, the famous participant of IPO in Kazakhstan. I'm giving the floor to you, and there will be Ramil, can you hear me? Ramil, can you hear me, please? Right. Okay, that's it. We have tuned it on. Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my thoughts. My presentation will be focused on how Ekun behaves during COVID. Some of people think that this is a beneficiary, and some think that this is part of plain commerce that has suffered. And I'll share with you some information as to how Kazakhstan is feeling, and we'll touch upon sharing economy. I'll introduce myself. I'm the founder of Choka family. We are one of the leaders in the field of e-commerce, and we cover 11% of the whole market in Kazakhstan. As to the turnover, 86 billion tenge in the previous year. As to this year, we're going to repeat the results of the previous year, and this is not so bad because the market has sagged, but this is not as cool as what we had previously, because if we look at our previous situation, the growth was considerable, and we were planning to grow 10,000-fold, 1,000-fold during 10 years. So this is as it is presented in different segments. I'll tell you in what way we feel in various segments. If we look at the figures of our colleagues and we deal with all the players in the market, it is felt that there will be growth anyway, and some companies will go through a considerable growth, but the market is very segmented. It is not homogeneous, and there are segments that gained much less, because they had poor chains of supply. The chains of supply were broken. Let us talk about our probable future, and in this respect all the forecasts are super optimistic. We have a benchmark. This is China, where 1/3 of the whole trade and all the retail trade is in e-com and this is the highest indicator throughout the world. And from this point of view, China is much more advanced than USA and the major part of Europe. UK goes second, and Britain goes third, and so there is no direct correlation between the income and the involvement in e-com. And as to Kazakhstan, 7.5% in Kazakhstan. So this is the figure relating to 2019, and in 2020, these rates will be much higher as far as the plans by the Ministry of Trade and Integration are concerned. And on the whole, the Ministry of Trade and Integration, as we think, is rather pessimistic, because the plan for the next year, it will be only 15%. We are not going to reach the benchmark of China and Korea. But anyway, the growth will continue. The bureaucrats sometimes tend to look at the darker side because they have to fulfill the plan. But this growth is not even... does not result from the demand of the market, and the market is going to use the things, and what products will be on the market, and what will be the delivery, whether the prices will be good or bad, and so these are the many factors that will affect the whole process. And the players of the market feel that the indicators will be higher because China is going to reach its ambitious goals, and we can reach 25 and 30%. What does it mean from the point of view of money? But there are some other factors that affect the growth of e-com. We have a good smartphoneization rate, so to say. There is a good mobile. There are good mobile services, and from the point of view of banking, there are high rates of interchange and other commissions, and on the whole, everything is good because there are payments online. It is no problem at all. From the point of view of money, what does it mean? We may say that the whole movement is only starting because there are about $2 billion in the market now, and there will be 6.5 billion more than that is 8.5. This is according to the assessment of Ministry of Trade and Integration. So there is 6 billion of money belonging to no one, but someone is going to get hold of them. And this factor is important for the understanding of all the companies that look at the internet trade. It is not yet too late for them to join this and start to build big businesses. Just a couple of words how we feel during the COVID period. There are interesting figures here. Everything pertaining to payments. Rahmet is our key payment service, and it has very good dynamics of growth. And in the first half 20 years of the year of 20 and the previous year, the indicators have grown 20-fold, but it doesn't mean that it hasn't been affected by a crisis, because when COVID started, the growth started to decline. Rahmet is in offline settings, and it affected the number of transactions. But if you are starting to introduce some promoted transactions, the situation changed. A very interesting situation in online travel. You know that the market has been closed since the mid of March, and the planes didn't fly. But nevertheless, the amount of sold aviation ticket increased by 8%. Over 4 months, we did by 8% more than in the relevant period of the last year. So now e-com is more advantageous. And if we look at the figures of September, August, October of 2020, these figures are already higher in the amount of units than as compared to pre-COVID period. It means that this is the end of online travel. Before COVID, about 40% of the market was in offline. And today, if we look at the offices in the city, the offices are closed. They were not open when the flights were permitted. It was not yet permitted to buy offline. So people rushed to buy online, and online made a big step forward. So if we look at it, just there is an impression that nothing has happened, but that is 2 months minus full close down. Chukov Food is clearly a beneficiary of the crisis because everything is growing, everything is cool, and what pleases us most that this year we achieved the break-even point. So this growth allowed us to reach the break-even point. As far as other services are concerned, for example, health service continues to grow. We had 113 calls to doctors. The number increased to 1.5, and it doesn't signify that the market was stopped. The doctors started to service the population at home, to operate from home. So what is happening with other segment? The increase of line trade is the sales of contact lenses. There is no growth here. It would happen if there hadn't been for COVID. So there is a growth of revenue, but it is associated with inflation and devaluation. The goods are bought for currency. So there is a different impact. And for the first time for 9 years, Chocolife has not sagged. Because there are two elements, offline and online, and if our key partners are closed, all the entertainment businesses, beauty salons, and other things. I must say that during COVID, the sales dropped by 90%, but now the situation is improving. So the whole story is only beginning now. It is not yet to start many things right now. And e-com can create about 80% of introduction into other markets. That is, we're going to reach 15% of penetration of retail, and this figure can even grow more. It can increase 5-fold at a certain period in future. This figure can be multiplied by 5, and we understand that the market will be increased from $2 billion to up to $40 billion, and sooner or later it will happen. And everything depends on how many resources will be used to make this shift from offline to online. I'll quote several examples. When we look at this figure, we understand that there are some infrastructural services that will monetize this newly emerging amount of money. Clearly, these are payments, and all those who will shift from offline to online, we have two services for that, IOCA, and we want the client merchant to switch on the online payments so as to make it easy for the clients. Then delivery is the key game changer. We do believe that when the delivery is not as today, so how it is done today, we'll deliver the products to you in 8 hours, or we'll deliver your product tomorrow, or the telephone, it is not a product. This is not convenient for the client. There are situations when the client has no time to wait, and well, what do? We go to an offline shop, we're going to buy food or whatever. But we see that there is a game changer when something is delivered to you for 15 to 30 minutes. And when they say that we'll bring you a fresh card in 40 hours, you don't need to go anywhere, especially when the delivery is free of charge. And when e-com obtains its share in the market, it will be the point when the delivery will be very quick, but for payment. So since that time, everything will change radically. I can quote an example. In our group, we launched this year, and it was influenced by COVID. It is this service is called Triad. This is the delivery of food within 15 or 20 minutes. This is like in a similar services Getir. These guys in future, I mean next year, for example, Microsoft store have always been #1. So the situation is going to change radically, and there will be a new leader in the Turkish market. It will be Getir. Why does it happen so? When the foodstuffs or products start delivered within 15 minutes, you think, why should I waste my time going out? It is safe, it is comfortable, you don't have to drag things. So this is a game changer in the market. So the frequency of buying by one client is 7 to 8 months, 8 to 7 times a month. And today our average user tends to use online. And if you have something that is better than offline, people tend to change their behavior very quickly. And this is a very important thing, because today we understand that this service, our service is called JET, and we'll be able to deliver products very quickly. We'll be able to deliver any item within 15 or 20 minutes throughout the whole country. It will be a real game changer. And so e-com in Kazakhstan will cover 35 to 40%. This is very much probable, and that's what we are targeted at. And as to loans and holding the client and other things, we have peculiar thinking.
For example, you do online pharmacies, and you go into online trade, online commerce. There is infrastructure service. We are building infrastructure. And all those people who are switching from offline to online, is delivery, sustainable development. This is our internal process. As for sharing, we say that who is beneficiary of online sharing becomes sharing economy has suffered this year. When we say sharing, we mean that we're willing to share something with other people. When we talk about personal security, about the restriction, we don't want to contact with people. We're afraid of using something that other people used before. So ORNB had serious problems. They delayed their IPO because there are some difficulties. People are afraid. They think that the level of control in hotels is higher. That's what the current understanding is. Co-workings were in trouble, but in the moment we talked with the Smart Point management, they say, of course, those points that were rented for short-term period, regardless of COVID, they still paid, those people still paid. Co-working just cancelled. Everyone left because they pay for month for short period, so they left. So the revenue was about zero. And now you have people who you trust, and sometimes it's people who you see for the first time, and the trust level is really low, but co-working is full today. I can say that it's full today. People rushed there. A lot of entrepreneurs decided not to rent offices because office can be expensive if city will go under lockdown, and if you had a long contract, you'll pay sanctions for breaking the contract. So that's how entrepreneurs think today. The industry has suffered, but this segment will make big progress. Car sharing felt this the pandemic. The head doctors' statements, in those statements they said that car sharing was in violation. Also, carpooling was out of control, out of order, and we felt that the scooters would launch faster, but bicycle sharing is increasing because the delivery segment is increasing. That's why it went up. As for other segments, they show different results. Of course, everything that had to do with renting, for example, the renting of dress, some weddings now, some instruments. But this situation is when you make one step back, 2 steps forward, because people think about their financial situation. They think whether they really need to buy it. That's what's happening. So, sharing economy has suffered a huge blow during the pandemic, but we've recently looked at the statistics for car sharing in Russia. If we look from last year, actually, the amount of cars has increased, but they bought them the year before, and then some companies actually left. The third of the companies closed down, but those that stayed, they have a huge park of cars that they bought at the very low price, and I think they have a good future to grow. So when we say it's a mega trend, it's not a coincidence. It's a serious. They are here for the long term. It's going to develop, but they had a blow. They felt a blow. I think that's it. I think for me, if you have any questions, please, I'm ready to answer. Ramil, thanks very much. We still have 2 minutes for your presentation. Ramil, as a businessman, digital businessman of the country, can you name three things that we need for our digital ecosystem, for Almaty digital infrastructure, for where the country should pay attention and where Almaty city authorities should look. So some three things that could help. A lot of things are being done right now. I think Kazakhstan is in some way a trendsetter in some ways. I think the worst aspect of what we have is a high level of interchange. It doesn't allow to decrease that. The banks are fighting for keeping this interchange high. We have two banks in the country through which 95% of transactions go. So these banks hold all these, and e-com should accept cards because it's legal according to legislation, but when you accept the card compared to cash, you pay 2%, 2.5%, and it's a lot. Imagine that you have margin in some segments in air tickets. It can be 2.5%, and you have to pay all this money to the bank in commission. And why? It's a serious limitation that we need to rethink. For example, Europe has dropped in terms of legislation interchange, and European Commission joined in this discussion, so they say just 0.3, 0.4. We have 2.5%. Then they did the research, they did the study on how it affected the market. They see that I don't have the terminal, just send it to my card. They don't want to do it through the terminal because they will have to pay the commission. So quarter of your revenue you just need to give to the bank as a commodity. But previously 5% of transactions were on card. Now it's a lot. So we need to regulate that on a legislative level. That's why the international payment system dictates its system. I think this is where change needs to happen. I think 500,000 of businesses, they have to pay 2.5 taxes regulated by two banks. I think that's one of the main things. Rami, thank you very much. I think it's a fundamental question, a high commission. I think many people have heard it. I hope that it will change. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. We see how your company is dealing with this crisis. Good luck to you in the future. I'd like to invite the next speaker. It's the International Service Delivery, which started in 2019, WALT. It opened in Almaty. The representative of this company, Raimбek, I'd like to give the floor to you. Hello, everyone. I'd like to about the commissions for bank commissions. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen? Let me talk about myself. I'm the General Director of WALT in Kazakhstan. It's a Finnish company. I'm representative of the corporate segment. All my life I've worked at big companies, at Procter & Gamble, then at General Director at L'Oreal. I worked in finance. Then I worked in consulting. you saw, we did different projects, and for the past year and a half, I am the director of the Volt company. I'll touch on sharing economy, but I'll also talk about how international companies look at IT market in Kazakhstan and what's behind it. Also, I'll talk about the importance of the client's way, and the quality of client service is very important in terms of switching to online. I will start with this slide. This picture shows the market of Kazakhstan when looked by international companies. It's the Lichtenberg. It's a story about Kazakhstan. And we are a very perspective, very promising market. We are a relatively small market. First of all, we don't think about it, but we have very good online infrastructure. The average speed is 24 megabits per second. Maybe it has become even bigger. It's a lot higher than those of in countries like USA and so on. We made top 20 countries in terms of cheapness of the internet. And compared to other countries, we have very cheap internet, which helps its penetration. Over 70% of the population have smartphones and bank accounts. On average, it's in the world, it's less than 50% in the world have smartphone, and in Kazakhstan, it's about 70%. So, what does it mean? When you start online business, Kazakhstan has a great infrastructure to implement these projects that Raimбek has touched on. Why is it being done? Because the infrastructure is there, it's ready. On the other side, less text, more pictures. Let's look from the other perspective. It's our endless steps, big distance between cities. Cities are too far apart. So some cities have bad offline infrastructure, and it's difficult to build warehouses in some places. We have harsh winters, which worsens our logistics in terms of intercity deliveries. In summer, we can ride bicycles. In winter, it's a different story. We can't do that. Only cars can run in winter. The third aspect is we have very few services that could provide fast services in terms of how quickly they can deliver it. It could be 30 minutes or more. So sometimes it's during the day they deliver, or it's delivered the other day. The other aspect that I talked about, our market is not very big. Our, of course, population is a lot less than the population of some European countries, but prices are quite cheap, and you can divide it everything by 2. On the other hand, which one factor can help us is the development of potential of Uzbekistan in other countries, and Kazakhstan can become that hub that could coordinate other countries, but these countries aren't developing very fast. For example, GDP of Kazakhstan, it's the half of GDP of all Central Asia. So there's another spike growth in Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Maybe we'll get more international companies that see some potential here, not only Kazakhstan. That's the thought about the market. I think I was very glad that Wolt decided to come to Kazakhstan. Wolt also came to Azerbaijan and Georgia, and the company came in and saw that the market was very perspective, very promising. Now, let's go into details about my field. How did this all begin? How did this all begin? And why is all this fuss about Wolt? So it's a very nice schematic slide how the delivery looked before online internet. Before it took about 1 hour. There are about 13 steps on how we can do it manually through the cell phones, through telephones. The operators were taking the calls. The work was very long, was very painful. Why the Wolt decided to go into the market? They found this pain, people's pain. They decided to take it, to solve it. Now the process takes about 3 steps. Everything is automated. You need to open the application. You need to choose what you need. You click the button. Then if the order goes into the restaurant, you need to cook it. The system searches for the courier. The process is very simplified. It's like just 2 steps, and everything is done for you. Computers do everything for you. And the time is reduced from 1 hour to 40 minutes. So it's very simplified. It's not only the delivery of food that is developing. This digitalization, the presence of smartphone, the presence of very complex advanced algorithms allows to simplify the life situations. Speaking of Wolt, so it's online and offline, and they are equally important. Sometimes offline is even more important. Let's start with IT product. What you see is the tip of the iceberg, because if you look at the IT infrastructure, it's the 4 teams, 4 products. On the left, it's the application itself that you saw, that you used, that helps you to send the order. Then it's iPad. It's an application for restaurants that allows to modify its menu to see if the order is ready. It allows to work with our systems. There is application for couriers that tells courier where to go, where to deliver, where to pick it up. And there's a digital brain. It's the 4th product. It's the engineering team that designs and still continues to design and develop team that distributes all the orders, all the deliveries from one point of city to another. Courier knows that he will be free and it will be ready. He will find the optimal combination to maximally effectively deliver the order and find the right courier.
And in principle, this is a very important product because globally this algorithm can strongly affect the competitive status of the company. And we understand that on average in industry, this algorithm is a basic one, because during a unit of time, it can help dispatch the same number of, or even the more products than the competitor can. So in fact, this is a complex IT product which is introduced into the operational modules, talking more widely about the role of Walt in this. So there are many arrows here on the slide. The whole story is that the service for food delivery and other products delivery create value. For example, we have a user, and the user would buy something in a shop. He would bring his money to the shop. He would spend the time, and he would get the products, the foodstuffs in the shop, and would cook them at home, or he would tend to go to the restaurant. What is going on today? Because the service is more convenient, they will bring you food within 30 or 40 minutes, and there is a certain shift that is going on. For example, a client doesn't want to spend his time for shopping, for cooking at home or at the office. In fact, the client doesn't want to spend his time, and he's ready to pay to the one who will do it for him. So Walt comes, and Walt is paid for doing that. And in fact, there is a new sphere of work, the food delivery courier, and thousands, 10,000s, tens thousands of people throughout Almaty and Kazakhstan. So you have noticed that there are many bicycles that are brought into the country. So these couriers, they have the time, but they don't know how to turn that money, the time into money. And Walt helps them to do that. So everyone is willing to spend his time to pay his money to save time. And all the restaurants are not operating to their full capacity. Their kitchen is not working full capacity because less clients are coming, but the kitchen doesn't use its capacity. So a restaurant has some extra capacity that Walt helps to commercialize. And a person who doesn't go shopping and who doesn't do cooking, he turns to Walt. Walt finds a courier who is willing to deliver food, deliver products, and the client chooses the restaurant from which he wants his food. So the restaurant gets more work, and so this service stimulates extra orders in the restaurant, and the restaurants are willing to buy more food. There are different suppliers, of course, and if previously client would buy foodstuffs himself and would cook, now the restaurant will do that for the client. So, on the one hand, this service drops the sales in the shop, but this is compensated by the restaurant services. And everything in the right-hand side of the slide, this is the creation of additional value. So this is the premium for paying for the labor of the couriers, and this is extra revenue for the restaurant. So the whole system, which involves people who have spare time, it creates additional value in the economy and simplifies the processes for the final user. If we look at the future trend, in what way can involve? Of course, it is not the fact that it is going to take place, but it will try to expand anyway. There will be less classical restaurants we're used to. The restaurants with a kitchen and the walls and tables and seats. There is a new thing which is called anti-cafe. This is a place where people can get together. They can bring their own food or they can order food. And there are cloud kitchens that are emerging. This is simply kitchen. This kitchen doesn't need to rent the space, or it doesn't to multiply. And so our world will make anti-cafes and cloud kitchens meet together, and so the clients will be served in a different way. In fact, the expectations are that this process will be faster. And in Almaty, there is no rapid increase in the amount of cloud kitchens, but we'll look at further trends. Now coming back to the idea of IT products, the operations, for example, I was telling you that world comprises 4 IT products, and we can see that according to the experience, though there is an IT company, the operations cover the greater amount of success. Some companies have a good IT product, but they have poor operations and the business doesn't go. You have so IT product and operations go together, and if one component is lame, so to say, the other component won't be so successful. Why we're focusing on operations? If we look at the global number of the staff working for World, excluding couriers, an IT team comprises about 25%. That is 1/4. And the rest who are not involved in IT functions are... so it shows that operations are essential. And if we look at Amazon, they created a very good site. They recommend what to buy further. But many people don't see that it is logistically very cumbersome. There are huge warehouses, and the number of staff of non-IT people is more than 80%. Well, I'll touch upon some other aspects important for the operations. The major idea as far as operations are concerned, we want to control the client, the root of the client, 100%. And this is the feature which will make us something outstanding. This is from the very first point. When the order is done, then the courier comes to your place bringing food. And so the staff has to smile all the time, and in order to attain this, we should control this very thoroughly. And on this client route, we look at the aspect associated with the application. So here you can see 2 pictures. On top, the picture is more beautiful, more yummy, so to say, and it provokes you to order something. On the picture, on the bottom, is much less attractive, and we have photographers who take pictures of foods to make the food attractive, to make the people order foods. And sometimes we make pictures ourselves if we are not contented with the quality. This is one of the aspects of the client route. Another aspect is working with couriers. If we look at many marketplaces, in fact, we are also a marketplace for the restaurant. These marketplaces, the delivery is on outsourcing, and if they do it themselves, it is not so good. So this is something that we are focused on. We work with the couriers only directly, and we have more than 1,000 couriers on our staff, and there is a lot of brain drain, but nevertheless, we started from the very first day to work with the couriers directly, because only in this way shall we be able to control the quality of staff in order to improve the quality of services, and everything is very transparent. We know where the courier
about the bike lanes, about the, we have down steep surfaces. Yes, we got that. Can you add something, Alibek? Would you like to add something? In terms of improvements, we would like to see some bus lanes develop where we could, where taxi drivers and couriers could ride on. We need some additional markings on the roads for bikers, for better transportation, for better movement. Alibek, thanks very much for your answers. I think your company is the one who improves the ecosystem of every citizen of Kazakhstan. I wish you good luck. I wish you bigger coverage, bigger presence. I think that you have high competition. Yes, we fixed that issue. Yes, we can hear you now. Alibek, thank you very much for your presentation. Wish you luck. Sorry for the technical difficulties that we are having here. I hope that next year we'll get
our ecosystem. He knows how our Ministry of Digitalization works. It will be very interesting to listen. We'll discuss some business models. He'll represent us. So, Andrei, the floor is yours. We are a bit late because of technical difficulties. So the whole schedule will move a little bit forward. Yes, Andrew, we can see your presentation. I'm very glad that there is an opportunity to take part in such an event. This is not the first time that I'm taking part in the Almaty Invest Forum, but this is the first year that I'm involved digitally, and the digital infrastructure is very important. And if there is a lack of infrastructure, everything can collapse immediately. So the infrastructure is essential for the economy. The economy I'd like to talk to you about. I'd like to tell you about the major business models. We're pressed for time and I'll be brief. But I'd like to extend the horizons. I'd like to dream a little bit. And I hope that it will serve a good example for our local businessmen and investors. It will serve as an idea or even several ideas, or at least some of these business projects, if they merge together, they will operate in the city of Almaty. I dwell upon presentation. What is economy of joint consumption? Let us give a definition. There are some points mentioned here on the slide, and I'll explain to you right now. What is the economy of joint consumption, the examples of projects from the whole world, and so on. So, what is the economy of joint consumption? In fact, everything is very easy. This is the collective utilization of goods, maybe some spaces, maybe this is leasing. But the key element is the possession of the product. So you take something from someone and you use it. There are trading like Kriblis. These are various schemes for food delivery that we were talking about today. The utilization of bikes, the application of bikes, those who deliver this food. And I'd like to agree that it would be great if in Almaty the bikes to be leased were electrically driven. This is a fashionable trend, and it will be great. Because sometimes it is difficult to use your muscles when you have to drive upwards or downwards because of the landscape of the city. Then Uberization, a recent trend. The good example is Raimbak, when you have an immovable property and you can lease it to someone. For example, you go to your vacation, you have an empty house and someone wants to come to your place and you provide him this house for payment. So for some people this becomes their permanent business, and they're buying spaces to lease. And if you have no flat or you have no space, you don't have to buy it. You can lease it. It is very convenient. This is the most famous service, and there are a lot of such services throughout the world. Some of them are not competitive and they go out of business, and BB is the most widespread. And if you have a lot of money, you can buy a flat at C-Bank, and it will imply that you'll go to your vacation to the sea to stop at this flat. But many people prefer to visit some other sites for their vacation, and it is cheaper to lease a flat when you go to your vacation. An important thing are the digital technologies that allowed us to create this economy of joint consumption. Well, in fact, it used to exist before. And prior to digitalization, it was a little bit different, because digital technologies transformed this economy of joint consumption widely available to the public. And using that example of Choco Food, company of Kazakhstan. It is written there to download on Google Play, and on the left-hand side there is another option. So all these services became available and became widely used due to digital technologies and digital platforms that are in the core of all this economy, including RNBB and other things. So using the application, you have an access to the whole ecosystem, and at any point of time, you can order whatever you like. They will deliver it to your office or to your friends or wherever. So these examples, there are quite a lot of such examples. And our example is very famous. This is Almaty bike. In Almaty, it is very widespread. And of course, it would be great if these bikes were electrically driven. So there were quite a lot of options of bikes for sharing that can completely use a battery, or there is a facility that facilitate the movement. The same way, there are some facilities like so there are bikes and scooters, and they are widely used. And when you start to look at the economy of joint consumption, and on the from the other angle, from the angle of using the human brain, if you have nothing, if you don't have a car, you don't have a flat that you can lease, but you have knowledge, you have some skills better than others. So Amazon can help you use this, and there is a mechanical facility that allows the clients to show their work there using this facility, and you can act as a client as well. So anyone who can do this work acts as an expert. So the idea is not looking for a job, but the idea is to use your free time, 5 to 10 minutes per day, or 15 minutes per day. I quoted several examples. For example, you can help people to create a question or draw something or to create a picture. It can be whatever, and you can do this well. You can do this for someone and get money for this. This is the application of the collective wit or collective brain. This is the application of artificial intellect. I believe this is the product by Amazon, and it has a great future. So far they are experimenting with it, but it is likely to have a bright future. So this is the application of human brain and the creation sort of collective intellect, smart grid. Another example of the economy of joint consumption, which is very topical for Almaty with our air pollution, is when we are becoming a part of one ecosystem called a smart grid. This is a smart system of generation and dispatching of electricity, which is united into a grid. This grid involves big and small capacities that generate the energy, and it also involves the consumers, and each household becomes not only the consumer or those who pay for the energy, but they're becoming the participants, the full participants of this system, because this system can both use the energy and give out the energy. Because when we install various generators with solar batteries, and here we can also we can apply these facilities for charging up the batteries for the cars. And in fact, this is our future, and it approaches us very fast. We are approaching it very fast, but we are tending to deny it. But we are becoming closer and closer to the ideas that were articulated at the forum where they discussed the ideas for the future. And in the outskirts of Almaty, there are more and more sources of generation facilities using solar batteries and other sources of energy. And in the nearest future, we're going to use more and more sources of energy as one of the elements of joint consumption. Talking about joint consumption, we say yes, this was popularized due to digital technologies, but I'd like to quote several examples for you to understand that this economy of joint consumption has existed for a long period of time. And one of the first examples is the library. There is no necessity to keep all the books at home. You come to the library, you take you order any book, you read this, use this to put it on the shelf for someone else to use it further. This is a classical example. Then the hostel, another example. There is no necessity for every student to buy a flat. A student, for example, comes to a city to do his studies. He lives in the hostel. This is another example of the economy of joint consumption. Such approach is widespread in the West. Why should you use a washing machine in your flat? Because sometimes you have no space to put it. So this is again the economy of joint consumption. You come to a place where there are a lot of washing machines and you can just use their services. This is another example. This is from my childhood, an electrical drill, and it was used just by everyone. It was used by relatives, by neighbors. And I remembered when my school teacher was using it, he asked me to bring it to school because we had to do some work in the classroom and I was taking it to school. It was very heavy. So in fact, this was also the economy of joint consumption. But this facility was made available for free. If we look at some other tools, this is also a classical tool, a plow. And if you have it, your neighbor doesn't have it, the neighbor might use yours. Sometimes it would be used by several families. It was used jointly. Or someone or the household has a tractor and someone doesn't, and several households can use this caterpillar. This is another example. Why we started to talk about this right now and why it is so important. According to our calculations and estimates, and we made this forecast in 2018, In 2026, about more 100% of world GDP will be digitalized. And this forecast is coming true. And COVID became an impetus for digitalization. And what is interesting, that we see that digitalization and the usage of platforms brings profit to some players, and some players reduce their income, their profits. And those who design a better business model are winning, and those who are trying to compete, they go down along the spiral because the average revenue is falling.
We need to find a model that would be unique and that would fit the ecosystem based on the platforms of different players at the same time. Then it will have more chance of survival. That's what I was talking about. And here we see the results of the survey. We asked owners of different companies. They say COVID really changed the way they thought and that they're gonna thought, because GDP of many countries is dropping. I looked at the data. These are optimistic data because according to several estimates, these numbers look much worse. So many economists expect even worse decline. And a lot of people say, a lot of owners say that they change the way their companies are working. So it's very important to take that into account when we build new business models. I said that somebody is winning, of course. These are data for 2020 versus 2019. We see more and more companies that work on the platforms. The only company out of these companies that reduced its capitalization is the Berkshire Hathaway. It's the only non-digital company out, and all these digital companies are growing. We see the leadership in American companies and Chinese companies. They account for the main share in the rating. And one way or another, we will need to work with platforms, Chinese or American platforms. When we built our Kazakh analogs, which will meet the needs of economy of joint consumption. It means that all the models need to be targeted at the ecosystem, should be based on the ecosystem. It's very hard to build the system that would work on its own, separately. Well, it's small business, it's okay. Maybe you can do it. If you want to grow, if you want to grow further, if you don't want to be eaten by somebody else, you need to be built into someone's ecosystem. At the same time, what's important when you build new business model and when you understand the ecosystem that you need to work in, it's very important to understand the new concept of the future life. It's about how people live, eat, study, take. This is that's few numbers about how COVID has affected the digitalization, the digital transformation. It has become the greatest driver. We expected economic decline in terms of digitalization. We actually see the growth, and our surveys say that when they say that we need to build new ecosystems. It's the economy of joint consumption that we were talking about. They look at these business models. Also, I wanted to give you a more detailed example, and you'll be able to study them more in detail a little later. I'll not go into detail now. PSA, it's the biggest and the second producer of cars in Europe. As a PSA, nobody knows it, but when you say Citroën, Peugeot, everyone says they've heard of it. So to improve the quality of customer service, not to increase revenues, but to improve the quality of customer service, they produced a new strategy plan for 2021. It will be in 2015. It's called Push to Task. It's a digital transformation program. They call this Internet of Transport Things. Basically, Internet of Things. They took the platform of Internet of Things and they developed a module platform. The goal of this platform was to do the global expansion, to connect thousands of things, thousands of objects. They had distant diagnostics, distant update of software, car sharing function. They decided to install this in their cars. In December 2018, they launched their first car sharing project in Paris. So they put this in place on the streets. Limited Citroëns were put in place in Paris. Also, they included bicycles, scooters, you name it, everything. So the electric cars that you see in the pictures, since then it has become bigger, and based on this platform, they've suggested interesting ways of using it. As an individual, you can take this transportation and pay for it, and then you can use it. And also, as a business, you can sign a contract, sign an agreement, electronic, through the application, and you can use these cars for your employees so they can you come to work, go drive to work, drive home. If it's your business that's based on delivery, you can use it to deliver different products. So the possibilities of this ecosystem are enormous, and it has platforms. At its foundation, it has platform, very powerful, very technologically advanced, that is installed in all cars and has a network of sensors. Also, one more example. I think it has to do with what city can do to help. It's the Transport of London story. When they opened that database, they opened city database for everybody who does transportation, and it allowed to achieve tremendous result, because based on that they received different tourist applications for consumers, for people who live in the city. It's everything that has to do with buses, with taxis, all information. We need, and this has moved economy, innovation economy. It has already been moved, but it has moved it even further. Local entrepreneurs became to be involved in transportation. Those who use transportation and the data, other data from different industries, and as a result, they do great things. I just wanted to quickly show you how things are with transport right now, some fantasy for the future, dreams. So I put here 2019 because we spent most of it in 2010 20 at home, so I put here the data for 2019. It's a classic story. This is me with my son. I'm taking him to school to go to work then. I drive him in a car which runs on petroleum, petroleum diesel. School is 1 kilometer away, actually, from my home. But there are no pavement, sidewalks. There's a road. It's dirty. The cars can splash dirt in you, so that's why I'm driving him to school. But let's imagine that I live a little further from the center, and so I go to the nearest subway station. But at the last second, I realized that the road is blocked because some important person is coming into the city. So I was on time. I parked my car, and I already had the ticket because I bought it online. Then there's a conductor. I show him my ticket. I got on the bus. The application was not working, no signal. I paid with cash, everything okay. Then I went to work. Maybe I was late. I worked. My working day finished. Then my wife told me I need to go to the shop to buy something. So it's pretty typical story, pretty normal story. I think very soon we'll get something like that. How is this story going to look in 2013? This will be my last slide, yes. I work from home now. But sometimes, of course, I need to come to an office. I ask my personal assistant to find the right time for the meeting. It checks the time automatically, checks whether my colleagues' times are open, whether they can meet me. So but in 2030 maybe there will not be COVID, but some other virus, but the system will determine that it's good, it's all good, everyone's healthy, and so we plan where to meet, we develop the route, everything is automatic, and even before I got out, I know that I'll have the time to change my routes because the pavements have been fixed, and me and my son, we are walking to school in a peaceful manner. We're enjoying the weather. I come into a shop, I bought croissants, Americanos. This is done from the application. They know what I like. Getting out of shop, taxi on autopilot comes, because the assistant already did that. We don't need to do anything. It all happens automatically. It takes me to the train, and even the seat has been booked. I know which seat to take. I even know the temperature and the angle of my seat. I know, because it's all being connected. As I'm getting out, the mobile application helps me to find the right bicycle, electric bicycle, because I wasn't using my car, I wasn't polluting the environment. My city allowed me to rent bicycle for free. So all I needed to buy was bought automatically and delivered automatically. Guys from Choco Food or Wolt, those that move on electric scooters, it's the future that is pretty real. This, I've already ridden such buses. This is autopilot buses. They were real. This is a taxi, automatic taxi. It's in France. This is the reality that we have right now. That's all. That's it for me. Thank you. Thanks very much, Andrei. After such a 2020, yes, it's. I really wanted to jump into 2030. So, thank you very much for your work in this digital area with digital institutions. I think you're one of those who inspire people and work with governmental sectors, and the recommendation that you give. Wish you success. So, unfortunately, we don't have any time for questions. Hopefully, at the next forum, we will do that. Thank you very much. Wish you every success. Hope that 2030 in Almaty will be the same as you described in your slide. Thank you.
I'd like to invite our next speaker. Hi, I'm the founder of Naimi KZ. We have been operating since 2015. We prepared a presentation, Trends in Sharing Economy, and I'm going to talk about the tools we are implementing in the consumption. Let us begin with sharing economy. What are the trends and what is the volume of the market? In 2015, it comprised about 5% of total volume as compared to a traditional model, and it comprised about $15 billion. In 2019, this figure will reach 50% and will comprise $2,035 billion. Talking about the sectors of the economy, what will grow in sharing economy? We see that crowdfunding and loans will comprise 63%. These are platforms for attracting money in Kazakhstan. Then online personnel, that is sites whereby the market of labor becomes more variegated. It will grow about 37% annually, so many people tend to become freelancers. So this is hotel business. In 2021, this indicator will be 5%. This year they were in sort of a turbulence because of COVID, but in a couple of weeks they're going to have an IPO. If they took this step, then they believe in the indicators and their situation is improving. I'd like to mention that all the research carried out in the field of sharing economy, they were carried out before COVID, and in 2020, some sectors didn't grow as much as it was expected. And as soon as the vaccine will be created, there will be no problem and the economy will come back to pre-crisis indicators and will be higher than the forecast. Then goes car sharing with 23%. I use car sharing very actively. It is a very convenient option, and if it existed in Astana, I would use this only because my annual way is from home to my office, and I like everything associated with sharing economy, and I would use it just on an everyday basis. Talking about staffing business, in 2016, the amount of market on online staffing was about $560 billion, and then such online platforms will gain more than 3 billion to the world GDP. They will add 3 billion to the world GDP. And over the recent year, from the year of 2009, we increased threefold and achieved a very high benchmark, that is $23 billion. And all the works carried out by the consulting agencies, so we tend to believe them. Talking about Naimi KZ and about the impact of coronavirus on us, here I'd like to present our indicators and talk about a little bit about Naimi. Naimi is a bilateral place. We have about 900 installations and orders, and about 700,000 clients are registered in our base, and we have 291,000 registered specialists. NBS, the index of business satisfaction is 27%, and it is so the assessments on the play market, and so 4.9, and we are on top lines on Forbes KZ. Talking about the services that you can get via our application, they are associated with housekeeping, repairs, overhauls, transportation, rehearsing, IT, freelance, beauty, health, and some other services. As to our product metrics, we can see that though the year of 2020 was difficult and there were some difficulties associated with the lockdowns, we are growing anyway because our services are on trend. There is a demand for our services, and more than 350,000 orders we got in the year of 2020. Talking about the registration of new specialists, the situation is not so easy. Home places in the regions, and there is another version, probably the money paid by the government, that is 42,500 paid to the staff, compensated for the costs of all our staff, and they didn't work more. $3 million. That's what was earned by our lockdown. There was a lot of orders associated with beauty, and so the massage workers and those who do makeup, so they were highly in demand. In fact, they suffered from the lockdown, but they were in demand due to our cities of Kazakhstan, and we have to position ourselves more actively, and we have to invest more into our marketing. Second goes B2B payments, deals without risk. This is for the clients, the specialists, to be sure that their services will be paid on time, and the clients be sure that their orders will be finished. Because there are some orders that are not done on time, are associated with some problems, but due to our facility, a specialist can get a guarantee. And if he worked independently, for example, he would have some difficulties. The third of our aspirations is the creation of a small that cost about $500,000 and more. And some specialists cannot afford to buy such things, but such specialists can buy such things collectively. Besides, we want to lease such things to specialists. For example, you bought a tool, but you don't need it now, you can lease it to someone else. And we can guarantee that the specialist that will use it on lease will use it appropriately and will not spoil it. The Name Me Club. This is a facility whereby we can provide some discounts. If a specialist works via us, we can provide better conditions and better discounts. For example, if this is Bosch or some other company, Bosch is tending to give us higher discounts than to individuals. And now we are working at this. We want to create a pool of partners who are ready to provide discounts or actions in exchange for the access of the audience to Name Me KZ. The 5 point, this is mentorship. Imagine that the specialists who are registered, who have registered on Name Me KZ, they have no enough experience, but they want to develop in this direction and more. And some specialists who have more experience, they can assist in training, for example. Top specialists who want their job, such a specialist convince a group of 5 freshmen, and he trains them, he coaches them, and then they do some work and return part of the money gained by them to their mentor. If this works, if this approach works, it will help us to use our facility for some master classes on a paid basis, because the experience of the of more experienced specialists will be required for the newcomers, to train newcomers, because the majority of specialists who have some formal education, this education is not really valid. And if a specialist has a badge certifying that he was trained by our specialists, he will enjoy more trust from clients. And point 6, the scoring system. We want to monetize our data. This data will not be made available to the third persons, but you may imagine that there is a problem in the market. Some freelancers do not have any they are registered as unemployed but they can earn quite a lot of money using our facility. And we can provide loans or the access to loans to such specialists. If such a person goes to the bank, he will not be given a loan because he will not qualify. But if such a person certifies that he works for us and he was trained by us and will certify that this is a reliable person, that he obtained loans from us and returned in due time, so he will succeed in the bank. So due to our system, we can provide the opportunity to specialists to obtain loan from the banks. So this is in brief what we are, in what way we are developing our business, and this is our vision of developing this business in Kazakhstan. So please, you're welcome to ask questions and I'll provide any information you like. Ержан, thank you very much. This was an interesting presentation, and it is good that you are creating such things in such a crisis period, and in fact you are growing, you are creating jobs, you are improving communications between the consumers and the suppliers via your platform, and it is felt that you are succeeding. So what are your plans for the year of 2021, and in what way your life changed during to this coronavirus crisis? And as far as strategy is concerned, are you going to develop by yourselves, or you want a Western investor to invest into your company? Of course, we are always trying to attract investments, and we are sending our updated indicators to the international funds, but the international funds are not so much interested in investing into us. But nevertheless, we are trying, and the plan for the year of 2021, this is EKP payments. So there are some things that we are seeking to achieve, and well, you can see it in the bottom of the slide. Thank you very much, Ержан. It was a very good presentation. I wish you success, and may your marketplace attain the IPO. We wish you good investors and all the best. Now I'd like to invite our next speaker, the company, the international company, the international consulting company, Colors International. This is Ekaterina Kudryeva. Please, you're welcome.
Добрый день.
Hello, hello. We can hear you well. Let me open my presentation. Can you see my presentation well? So I would like to give a quick overview of the real estate market, commercial real estate. The first segment is the office real estate. We understand that due to the latest event caused by a pandemic, the main focus of rent is focused on optimization of budget in the office spaces. Now the rent takers, they ask for discounts, 10 to 15 discounts, or they change their location. They go to new business centers where the price is 4,000 or 5,000 tenge per square meter. Some look for 2,000 to 3,000 per square meters. Now look to effectiveness of office spaces. Now we see the reduction in all meeting rooms, because a lot of companies are still working online. Part of the personnel was cut, so the effectiveness is priority. If we look at the main indicators at the end of the third quarter, the amount of office spaces was equal to 1,300,000 square meters. It's class B. Compared to last year, we see the 4% increase in terms of offerings of office spaces. The amount of buildings being constructed, it's the 28,000 square meters. As for indicators such as rates, we see that the average number is 87.5%. Compared to last year, the reduction is around 4.2%. The popularity of rent is, of course, dropped due to quarantine and lockdown. It affects the rates, the prices. The average price is 5,900 per month, and if we compare it to last year, the price has decreased by 8%. The shopping spaces, this area compared to hotel real estate and entertainment spaces, it has dropped the most during the lockdown and quarantine measures. And after talking to the main players of shopping malls, we learned that the ask for decrease in rent meters for 400 people and 1,800,000 is the average square meters. The average square is the average area for shopping mall. The development continues, this segment continues to grow, and the most significant project that is being planned to be implemented in the future is the shopping mall Aport. Its square is more than 100,000 square meters, so it's planned to be opened in 22. Last year, the shopping mall real estate was increased. If we look at the retail turnover, the official data show growth, 11% growth if we compare it to last year, but we see that downwards trend to retail caused by the quarantine measures and the fact that there are still some restrictions on the retail sector. Real estate, we know that residential real estate, the general economy really affects this state. Unemployment, mortgages, access to mortgages. Nowadays, mortgage is one of the most common ways to buy residential real estate. Unfortunately, due to decrease in salaries or no salaries, the transactions are closed due to some people having some savings in the past to purchase an apartment without mortgages. So that trend still continues. Many builders, construction companies they changed their plans of development, so they focused on sales of apartments in projects where they already built. If we look at the housing market, we see different classes according to our database. Looks the same. The biggest share is the segment of comfort class, about 35%, 465,000 tenge per square meter. The second class is economy class, 31%. It's sold at the average price at 297,000 tenge. S class is 24%. It's sold at 535,000 tenge. If we look at Almaty and we compare it to the other national prices, and we see that the Almaty is 34% more expensive than in other regions of the country. The commissioning of houses, the third quarter of 2020, more than 1 million of square meters of housing was put into usage. If we compare Almaty to Kazakhstan, according to start of housing, it's 15% out of all housing started in all of Kazakhstan. If we look at the price dynamics, regardless of all the situation, the price increase continues compared to last year. We can see that in the housing market, the growth was 15%. In the secondary segment, it's the 16% for the per square meter. As for dynamics, we see the decline decreased. And Karina, thanks very much. I think we're receiving some questions from the audience. The current question is that all of us are concerned with. The most developers say that we've been talking to businessmen, and they say that the demand will recover, purchases will occur, but I think that a lot of companies are switching to online and they're not coming back. Some of them are not coming back. So salesmen of business centers, they say that consumers or investors, they think differently. They maybe pressed pause. You're in that area. Based on our clients, I can say that the demand for purchasing is still high. There are some companies that want to buy and not rent. So we hear a huge trend here that a lot of rent holders, leaseholders, we help them, we hold negotiations, and if we can't get a discount, we decrease the amount of spaces, because most of the employees are working online, but there's nobody's rejecting offices, and we don't think it's going to happen. We don't think the people will completely switch to online format. I have another question. What are the requirements for property, for real estate, due to the virus situation? Have the requirements changed? Do we need more space to keep the social distance, or some other criteria that were added? Because the question of health is very important. I discussed in my company, my colleagues want to have massage salon. They want to have a gym or swimming pool. So employees started to place significance on some health benefits. So the health element is important. Yes, we have a few projects that we are working on, and the leaseholders, they on purpose, they want to create, for example, well, maybe not swimming pool, but some gym spaces, and to get some physical exercise. And the social distance requirements are still need to be kept, because half of the employees are still working online. That's why some of the leaseholders need to keep the requirements, because even if they decrease the spaces, office spaces, they need to keep the requirements. And the health is a very important issue right now, because if we look at moving, where are they moving, where is the company moving, how's the ventilation system working there, and is there a cleaning system, like filter system? So it's very important in terms of offices. Ekaterina, thank you very much. It was very interesting to know your view. You're present in 68 countries, so you have huge revenues. So it's very interesting how it's all relevant to Almaty. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Thanks for developing real estate market in Kazakhstan, especially in Almaty. So I wish you success.
Я хотел вот как раз в продолжение выступления Екатерины.
And in the continuation of Ekaterina's presentation, I'd like to invite another moderator to talk about property development and commercial real estate. And we try to gather all the strong influencers of this market. And this is businessmen, construction people, people from the government, policy leaders.
The moderator, Mr. Artashes Grigoryan, one of the participants of Growth Forum. So Artashes is going to be in charge of this session. Today we are going to touch upon a very interesting topic, and in the section of opportunities we are going to talk about property development. Today we have 4 experts there who are taking part in our session, and before introducing them, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Artashes Grigoryan. I'm representing the group of companies called Urban Center, and I'd like to introduce our panelists. I want them to say hello. The first one is Ms. Ibragimova Lazat, Chairman of the Board of Жилстрой Сбербанк. Lazat, can you hear us? Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm glad to welcome you at this online conference. Also today with us is Mr. Raimbak Yurali Bulatovich, Chairman of the Board of the Association of the Construction and Development. There are also 2 speakers from Russia. This is Ms. Nikulicheva Yulia, Master of Strategic Consultancy in CS. Yes, good afternoon. We're glad to welcome you. And also Tatiana Veller, Investment Director on Hotel Business. Tatiana has been in manpower and strategic consultancy, and she's acting as an expert and a moderator at the specialized investment conferences and other branch events. Tatiana, can you hear us? I'm glad to welcome all of you, and I'm glad to be with you. Unfortunately, we are virtually together, not physically, but nevertheless, before getting down to the session and to the discussion, I'd like to give a description of today's session and its actuality, its topicality. There is no secret that immovable property is one of the major assets for every business, and increasing of urbanization increase the demand and the prices, and the limitations associated with the pandemic of coronavirus gave a strong impact onto the industry. Many shopping centers, offices, and warehouses were closed down, and there were losses, a lot of losses. Many businesses had to discontinue, and many businesses have to maintain dialogue with the state. There is a working process that has been affected, and the technologies are the only way of communication, because now we are talking online. I'd like to mention also that transformation is not just a one-off process, but it becomes an important part of every business. We'd like to talk about this today and touch upon the whole range of issues, and I believe that will make important decisions and make a focus on some vectors of development. The first issue on the agenda, that is the question to all speakers, and the first question, Lizat Yerkinovna, let us start with you. What are the long-term trends in the immovable property sector? Good afternoon, colleagues. In fact, I'm a specialist in residential buildings, residential immovable. The residential property, after the quarantine, we saw a great increase of demand for the immovable property, and the whole market of Kazakhstan was showing growth of the growth of buying, selling transactions. And in 2018, there were 264,000, and this year there are 320,000 deals. This is the transfer of property to the developer, to the natural person. Then the transactions on the secondary market, including mortgages. In fact, last year, every sixth transaction was at the expense of loans and mortgages of the mechanisms provided by the mechanisms of Жилстройсбербанк. The first and the second market, it was January and February, there was a growth of all these transactions in March, April, and May, and because notary offices and banks were closed down, there was a drop. And in July, August, September, October, we see a sharp growth. And I believe that this year will finish on this level. The long-term trend is people understood that in some cases there will be a reduction of the volumes of commercial immovable property, and now a flat is considered as a flat should include a special room to hold online, to implement some online activities. And there is, we have a tough demography. Over the recent 6 years, the birth rate was 460,000 children being born annually. So the long-term trend over the recent over 5 to 6 years, the demand to residential buildings will high, and there will be a lot of buildings constructed. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to turn to Ieroli Bulatovich with a similar question as far as construction and development are concerned. What is the group of Sheber company? We, as participants of the market of the construction and development, and we strongly felt the changes. The first change is the provision of the first is staffing, because the migration of the workforce was limited. Many people went back to their native countries, and the import of the workforce has not been rehabilitated. And for ourselves, we made some forecasts. We are no longer relying upon some workforce coming from abroad, because this pandemic is going to be, the COVID pandemic is imposing some limitations, long-term limitations, and we expect this situation to continue. And it was important for us to note that we were helped by the state. And now, together with the state, we are giving a great focus. We're making a great focus on teaching and training the staff, and thus will eliminate this difference between the inflow of staff from the urban area and the inflow from the rural area. Now there are high demands to economy. We have to be efficient, and we need to develop systematic approaches in order to be efficient. And one of the trends is changing the process of providing staff, of staffing, recruitment staff. And we need to change this. There is a change structure of demand at the market of development and construction. Great focus is made on flats with many rooms, because now dwelling is not only the residential place, but this is also the place for recreation and doing business. So there are increased demands to the quality of the quality of residential buildings, because residential buildings should be self-sufficient. During a certain period of time in the city, there was a limitation of the flows of the population in between some residential areas. And the general trend is the increasing risks. In the market, there is a new strategy for risk management. And we have looked at the long-term risks. We have analyzed these risks, and we feel that it will influence the prices for the dwelling. And this is also associated with great attention to this of the state to this market of immovable property. And all the construction processes are long-term, and the cycle of building the facilities 1 to 2 years, and it imposes some changes onto the structure of the cost, the structure of costs for residential buildings. So now the question goes to Yulia. What are the long-term trends in the sector? Thank you for the floor. Can you hear me all right? If you spoke louder, that would be great. In fact, it is very difficult to talk about long-term trends because we are in the middle of pandemic, and now we are in the second wave, and so far we do not know all the consequences of pandemic on our markets. But nevertheless, we can state some things. There are segments that have suffered most. These are hotels that Tatiana is going to describe, then shopping malls, small business. And these segments, it will be difficult for these segments to survive after pandemic. There is a lot of uncertainty for them because of the New Year celebrations coming, because for them the New Year celebrations carried very good opportunities, but still many towns and residential areas are closed down, and this will affect small business. We can say that online retail and warehousing, these sectors have some advantages now, but offices are still up in the air because the rent givers do not know what offices will be in demand, and so there might be some clients say that we no longer need any offices, we'll work from homes, but some businesses want to come back to their offices after the pandemic. So it is very difficult now to give any forecasts. And there are, besides, some new segments that will develop after pandemic. We're talking about urban logistics and some functions of some businesses and facilities that became more in demand due to COVID.
So I'd like to ask Tatiana the same question. What are the trends that we are seeing right now in the long-term perspective? Hello, colleagues. I know that we're going to analyze the situation a little later, of course, globally, but as of today, what's happening right now? If we don't go into details, we can see that what suffered the most, classical hotels in the center of biggest hubs, the biggest cities that targeted international travelers, which of course we know how it is with international flights right now, so no one's going anywhere right now. As an example, Moscow, which has always depended, colleagues, I have a huge big echo. I hear echo. Can you hear me? So Moscow is a good example, which targeted 80 to 89% targeted international tourism has dropped by 60 to 90% depending on the hotel segment, and we're going to the typical loading of hotels would be 80%. Now we're going to close it at 35%. That situation repeats itself in the different hubs. There were tourists that would to take part in a conference or to attend a meeting. The different tourism destination worked really well, that were achievable through cars or through other means of transportation. So Europe was resting, Russia was rediscovering its own internal tourist destinations. I just wanted separately to talk about how the situation looks and will look in the next future, in the near future, because there's a separate story that I want to talk about. Okay, thank you, Tatiana. I just wanted to talk right now, and I would like to give the word to Timur Balatovich. It's about the rent, the approach to rent of housing, about owning to renting, the switch. Are there any plans to build residential complex, not to sell them, but to give them for rent? So that's the question. Thank you very, very much for your question. It's a very important question when we talk about the housing for rentability, investing in rental of offices, rental spaces. Here we can see very consistent, very active steps in terms of the government, from the government. And I think the main reason for that is the general improvements in the housing market, also the active participation from the government for rental places, rental housing. The situation right now, it contributes to the improvements. Rental buildings, we know that the future is about the rental spaces. We have many studies that were done local and international, and a lot of people expect the mobilization of the real estate market. There is a technological trend that's going to follow, and as part of this trend, what just happened with the cars, with transportation, there's less and less sense in buying a car. So a lot of people actually hire cars using technological digital platforms. So a lot of people use hiring services, and the same thing we expect in the housing market. There are different opinions, but one of the opinions is that the real estate market is a very unique market. Our products are formed within the period of 2 years, so the cycles, the rental cycles, are pretty quite long, from 2 years and further. The real estate market is controlled by the government, by migration policies, so I wouldn't say we're expecting any sudden change, but the most important thing, the culture starts to change. And the biggest obstacle for the housing market, it's the lack of trust, the reduced trust. The last devaluation has reduced the trust even more. But for in terms of rental relationships, the trust from government, from people, is very important. The more trust, the better. And the rates need to be also balanced, especially if we talk about the young generation. Yeah, during the rental relationship, the person is not secure from sudden price increases, sudden price spikes. Thank you, Nurblat Blatovich. Thank you very much. We've brought up very important points. We're talking about the sharing economy, the joint consumption. The next question, we'll talk about the commercial real estate. I'd like Nikolovich, what's the experience that you've gotten from this quarantine situation in the commercial real estate? We're going to go back to how we were before, so what has changed? It's difficult to say what we're going to go back to, because animal is a social creature. He likes some traditions, he likes communications. Here, today we have a trend for agile, for flexible, for online, but probably we're going to go back to some traditional ways of communication. I just wanted to give you an example. The situation in summer where European countries were taking down their lockdown situation, and there were big lines in the shops because people missed the retail. They wanted to touch the products, they wanted to and see it, choose it. People are waiting for traveling trips. So I think in proportion to our time, yeah, it could change, but I think we still will be following our traditional maybe norms in which we are comfortable, in which we can function well. Maybe there will be more technological decisions in terms of real estate, in terms of how managing companies works with consumers. There will be some contactless offers that will allow to get offers without contacts, but there will still be shopping malls, shops, typical shops, some types of products. We know that we don't need to buy them at the shopping malls. We can buy them online. And the main focus will be on some feelings, on some experiences. This will be related to food and beverage development segment. Some standard things that we don't feel, during which we don't feel like some serious strong emotions, household appliances products that you can go online and buy them. I think they will switch to online. Of course, there will be some transformations. There will be some other formats that will appear, to feelings, to emotions. But in terms of consumer behavior, it will mean that we will go to shopping mall to get something else, to get some emotions, some experience. Because pandemic also overlapped with the Generation Z, which has different behavior, different habits, and it enhanced these tendencies because online now, many people switch to online, even those generations that preferred offline. We're just going to follow that trend, that habit probably, and get some services online, but still, I think the main formats will continue to be the same. I hope so, at least. Thanks, Yulia. We'll still talk about that. I would like to help was given by the government in many parts of the countries. For example, in many parts of Europe, hotels and restaurants have received many subsidies, funding based on personal salaries, 80 to 100%. And in hospitality industries, in restaurants and retail, there were extension or prolongation for taxes. In Russia, there was determinant of taxes for 6 months, which ended not long ago. There were some cheap loans to renew commercial activities. Also, what was happening? I'm controlling portfolio of 12 hotels right now, international brands. Holiday Inn Marriott, I can say that based on our operational experience, it expresses what's the market is going through right now. We've cut expenditures. If we haven't learned that, didn't learn that in 2008, 2013, now it's time to learn because we don't have any time left. It had to do with everything. First, the main expenditures that were cut, it was the all CapEx, capital expenditures. If we wanted some renovations, replacement of equipment, something related to upgrade of design, all that was stopped, was reduced to minimum. So everything that related to security, only that was the focus. We had to send people on holidays, unpaid holidays. We reduced the hours of work. What else? The marketing and advertising costs were cut. There were some determinants of payments, extension for payments with some contractors, and there were some payments later started to happen. As I like to put it, what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. So who survived in that crisis will be able to do a lot of things when this ends. I'm sure that many colleagues have mentioned that they, according to many experts, a lot of 30 to 50 businesses will go bankrupt. 30 to 50% of businesses will go bankrupt in our industry. Many owners, they froze their objects. We didn't do that because the frozen object costs something, because you need to keep the heating or the cooling. You need to keep the safety. There needs to be some engineers, some managers. So you couldn't be like with a 35% loading of clients in May. It was not less profitable than to close it. There was at one point the hotel closed and froze. There's some negative connotation. The object, if you close your hotel, they will say that he has problems, they have problems, like a reputational thing. But globally it was happening all over the place. In Russia there was no emergency state, so there was no order to close the hotels. We have an object in Nur Sultan, and it was very difficult. And we froze some hotels. We unfroze those hotels. Then something happened with hospitalization of COVID infection. Well, I painted a black picture, but the life continued, and some hotels worked. In August, in September, they started to recover. They started to return from that state, and the work is being done everywhere inside the cities based on local situation. Some local hotels were promoting weekend getaway. If you're tired of sitting with your wife, you can spend a few weekends with us. impossible sometimes to attract any customers. Of course, you come up with something like that. Of course, some hotel rooms were rented out for offices, as offices. Some hotel rooms were rented out for like shopping suites. Some luxurious hotels, they partner with big brands, with big shopping centers, and they offer luxurious like boutiques, so that some consumers can try on some branded clothing. And the plus is that there is some local tourism still is present. Of course, it's local demand. It has been traditionally low, but people still need to go on holidays. So some tourist destinations have become more popular. And the Soviet Union, people that went to Kislovodsk still again went there. Again, people that were visiting Sochi are going there again. So that was approximately what was happening. That's the measures that were taken to survive in that situation. No one knows when this is going to end.
Thank you, Tatiana. This is an interesting decision. We have to invent some ways out. And I'd like to touch upon the topic and ask Lizata Ikernovna to comment upon one thing. Every Kazakh family is discussing the possibility to use the pension funds accumulated and in what way this mechanism can affect the prices, and will this possibility affect the whole market and the prices? In fact, this issue is actively discussed in social networks because this will affect the group of the population that over the recent 22 years, since 98, used to have stable income and contributed to the pension fund. And to the calculation of pension fund, this number was about 700,000, and in 1921 this figure will comprise more than 800,000 that will reach the rate of sufficiency. So there are some calculations made in relation to population groups. In my age, I am 48. It will be sufficient for me to have 6 million tenge. And that's why I will be able to take some money from my account. And we are planning to buy the dwelling for full price via the notary office, or we can take a mortgage, or we can use to pay out to pay the mortgage we have already taken. So there are options, and in Majelis, they are considering this bill, this new law, and it will concern the selection of the bank for your mortgage, or if you like to take another mortgage. So Жилстрой Sberbank will be acting as a single operator. As soon as the client decides for what purposes he is going to use the pension money, the money will be targeted for a special purpose. This is as far as the mechanism is concerned. Now we are thinking of the details of this mechanism. We are integrating our information systems with the pension fund. We are discussing things with the second-tier banks. And so this is to make this easy for the clients, so they don't have to go out to collect some papers and so on. 320 transactions of buying and selling. That's figure that I mentioned last time, but we have more. In fact, this is a big number for Kazakhstan. And looking into this topic deeply, we can see that the structure is a triangle. On top there are less than 500,000 people. So there is a whole structure of people who can use their pension money, depending on the sum that is accumulated on their pension account. So now people have different thinking now. They do not tend to buy things, and they want to save money for a long term. And in our bank, there is a increase of the deposit portfolio is higher than in November of last year, for example. Though people now have smaller incomes, and we provide services for the socially vulnerable groups of the population, but we can see that people have a trend to save money. In a larger scale, because people feel that they should have something to rely upon. And so many people will study some financial processes in depth. So some people think about the mode of repaying loans. They think about using pension money for repaying loans. This is a thoughtful group of the population that have pension funds. They used to have higher incomes. And this can open up new opportunities for the builders and developers. There will be some business projects for this group of the population that will be targeted at different mode of using their money. And in the short term, it may affect the prices at the real estate sector. And any increase of potential buyers in the market will provide a 10% growth in the market. So we are waiting for the January of next year to come, and we are waiting for our government. We have a Majlis and Senate. This is an explanation for our Russian colleagues in Majlis and Senate. They are going to ratify this new law. This is an interesting mechanism. This is the mix of Singapore model, where they have an insurance fund, and there are 5 sources of contribution into this fund. So this is for the first time that over the 22 years of existence of this fund, it was allowed for the people to use this money for some purposes. And this money can be made available to the managing company that will place this money and provide high profit. And I must repeat that this is the population that are well-oriented, well-educated, and they will make very thoughtful decisions about their money. And I'd like to give the second question to you. Before getting down to the next question, I will allow myself to ask you to keep to the time frame, because after us there will be a session where the mayors of big cities of Russia and Kazakhstan will be presenting. My question: why did your bank why did you attain such a great success servicing the clients during this crisis period, and what are your future plans, and what positive experience do you have? I think that there is an interesting trend in the world banking sector. All the universal bank will be reorienting their strategies and concepts of development. Today, the bank, which holds 50% of all the mortgage portfolio of the country, you can imagine that the whole portfolio is 3 trillion, and our share is 65%. We can provide 500 billion tenge. We are not a classical mortgage. We reinforce it all the time, but no one wants to listen. We are a saving facility for the people, so that you are reliable and you will be able to repay. And we have such a loan when you don't have to show the rate of your income. If you just contribute certain sums of money during a certain period, you can obtain a mortgage as a result. So the portfolio has shown to what extent this model is sustainable. We organized such an action, which is called 7 steps, to satisfy the client. We said, okay, there is an epidemic of coronavirus, and you will give you a grace period automatically if you want. On the 15th of April, the online platform will become operational, and you will contribute your application. So, guys, you don't have to collect the papers showing that your income is low from your employers. You can just use this application showing that you need a grace period, and this is a matter of behavior. Sometimes when you give a loan and there are too many conditions, everyone wants this. But when we say, okay, there will be some concessions, 22%, only 22% of people needing a loan have used this mechanism. And now the main challenge for our bank is to finalize the online services, online implementation of our products, so that the people can use our services online. The first step is video banking, when You sit at home and you contact the operator of the call center, and you can open a deposit online. There is a remote identification of client which is available as part of the service. So everyone can open a deposit and take a loan. We have launched already more than 60,000 of such deposits, and we introduced a bill associated with that. We are going to implement a big transformation in order to cancel some barriers, some administrative barriers for the people to get loans in a facilitated manner. Because usually a person has to come to the bank or to the branch personally, and he has to sign the contract because there is a risk. And so to be on the safe side, it was a condition for the person to get a loan or to open a deposit. So that's the kind of transformations that we are currently implementing. And the first step will be the facility that is to be launched in January, and we are planning to have a great number of clients using that. So that's clear. Sometimes we are afraid, but nevertheless we do. I hope that your servers work well and cope with such pressure. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Yeroli Bulatovich.
What are the challenges in the construction industry right now? Maybe some positive events that you can point out happening currently. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to note that the changes are happening are really enormous at the systemic level. And out of positive, we can see active development. It's the interaction with the government, with Sberbank, namely. I would like to take this opportunity to Elzat Yurkenovna for her involvement and her team from Sberbank. We've seen the new precedent when the government applies very flexible mechanism, guaranteed offtake, and I agree with everything that's been said. There's been a transformation of demand right now. The new culture of consumption is being formed, and the priority is now the rationality, independence, and self-sufficiency. We were happy to know the market's reaction to our new product. We tested this product, and we see the very much big support from government. We combined best qualities of the business segment with the affordability of price, and we've noticed huge potential. People are looking differently at this object of business, of real estate. People understand that they see this real estate object as a residential place, as a method of saving, maybe in some sort. Of course, the central element is the liquidity of the real estate and the different consumer properties. This is dictated by the new culture of consumption. Economy class is not going to be associated with low income, with low quality. It's the new residency. And I think we need to place the right significance on that and to understand the consumer characteristics. Also, we need to point out a huge change in our internal market. It's the digitalization and the flexible infrastructure. It's very expensive to maintain an infrastructure, especially physical one. In that regard, we see the process, we are collaborating with our colleagues on that. The pandemic has combined companies of leading construction companies, which were not very close before. Now we're actively collaborating, building joint infrastructure in some cases, and there are many changes ahead, of course, and it's how we see this change. I think all this change will be positive. We'll get to the new level in the market, in the economy, and I think that all the governmental institutions, I think it's been organized very well. I'm happy to see friends from Russia. We don't see the distance, don't feel the distance. There is a blessing in disguise also. It's silver lining. And of course there's a decentralization trend that we're facing right now. Previously we relied on cities. You said that the next session will be very interesting. So people are discussing urbanization trend, and we are see that the pandemic really defies that trend. There is no point in living in cities. You can be engaged in all the processes, but live in some region, in some far away region, and at the same time you can be very engaged and active. So we need to take that into account, and this will be reflected in the demand. We expect a lot of interesting things ahead in the future, and also in terms of production, new organization, formation of market. So a lot of interesting is ahead. Thank you very much, Jurek Bulatovich. And there are many consumer changes, of course. I'd like to go back to Yulia Nikulevich. What are the transformational challenges in your industry? Maybe you can share some interesting events. Maybe you learned something interesting from crisis. I would name two trends. It's the ultimate savings. All industries have suffered, all sectors have suffered. So I've already mentioned that we, all players, are trying to save on many things, and they're trying to, in terms of consumers, we need to set individual relationship and individual approach. And this changes the model of behavior and model of interaction with leaseholders. We need multi-channel approach. All the shopping malls, for example, need to switch to different types of level of interaction. Shops, just simple shops, they don't work, physical shops, so you need to communicate with your shoppers online. We need some online resources. The same goes for offices, leaseholders. They expect some individual approach, and the leaseholders, they understand that the lease owner will offer some unique conditions, some special perks which are necessary right now. In the warehouse real estate. It's the build to sell. It's the projects that are built according to his demands. This market follows the consumer. Everybody who is going to use that estate, real estate. And of course it overlaps with technologies. Office owners are developing platforms aimed at developing interaction with their lease holders, some local networks, so that leaseholders can share their opinions, so that there could be some community. The same goes for shopping malls. Some technological things will appear. That's what we will expect in the next few years in terms of how this interaction of leaseholders or lease owners will develop. Thank you very much, Yulia. Tatiana, you've already mentioned some of the things here, some of the solutions that you've implemented, but still, what are the transformational challenges that you have ahead of you? Please take the floor. Maybe you have some interesting observation. Yes, colleagues, let's talk about the future a little. What to expect and where to run. I think the hotel industry has this, it's a curse or a blessing. We cannot go online. You cannot virtually stay online in a hotel with all spectrum of feelings, of experience. Maybe somewhere it's possible, but as far as I know, in my circle, it's not possible. So the global experts in our circle don't expect anything to change until 2024, depending on the country. So that's why the global understanding is that the attitude towards tourism will change. The colleagues see that as a positive trend, but for us it's a negative trend. It will mean that the business will go to online and the people will not need to meet physically to have a meeting, to hold a conference. I remember the conference that happened here last year, and we stayed at a beautiful hotel. I think that this hotel today is crying because he doesn't have this business today. So the tourism business is suffering. Conference business, it's going to fall down significantly, and people will virtualize in case of very important meetings. And it's clear that global economists also predict that, and the tourist organizations say that the attitude towards tourism will change. Like classical tourism, the tourism will not be like a routine, like an everyday tourism, like we thought of it for the last 15-20 years, that we could drink wine. For example, drink wine on a Friday night and you decide to go to Paris. If you had some amount of money and some spirit of adventure, and this will go into darkness for a while, and like trip can become a very serious deal. And it will be dedicated to some serious program and not for some just experience. The economy of experience, it's the direction that the retail is going. Hotels and tourism, they treated that as a fact. For example, it's Moscow. Moscow-Paris is the way it is. There's a feeling that it will not be enough. Separate resorts will have to develop special program offerings, social programs offerings. What else among the trends of the future? It's clear it's the safety, security. It's the individual safety. We didn't have any problems with that before. And I think we will not going to experience any in the future. The minimalization of contacts. And due to that trend, we want less strangers around us, especially people in big cities. So the new formats will be popular as at suites, service suites, some for big brands. The hotels will have active digitalization. Hotels are very conservative industry, and we are kind of late on the in progress race. But now we don't have any choice, so unfortunately we will face digitalization. I think among the trends that we've mentioned is probably in the near future, when the borders will be open, he will be trusting big, trustworthy brands, because the guarantee of clean guarantee of quality. And the last trend that we can mention in terms of trends, it's the more and more ecotourism is developing very fast. So in Russia, there were around 10 new points of glamping. It's glamour camping, if you've never heard of this word expression before. And the new routes for caravanning. And there is a new association for caravanning. There was a person who did that in the States. So that's the kind of trends that we have. Just as a follow-up question, internal tourism, and did you glamping and caravanning? Yes, I like the joke that we cannot stay in your hotel virtually. So the closed borders, they became such a strong condition for people to change focus and to switch focus internally to internal tourism. What about the investment? Do we need to focus on internal customer? Do we need to create some special conditions for him? How interesting is that? You know, I'm not going to answer this directly, but I'm going to say that the first year, after all restrictions are down, and after there is an understanding that it's safe to travel, there will be a certain spark in because people were staying at home, all the mileage, frequent flyer miles, and I think that for many years. And I think that the special psychology will kick in people's minds, and people will not, as far as in the hotel business with 15-year experience, globally, I think I'm against targeting special customer. I think the good investor, because in the next 3-4 years, there could be in prevalence of internal tourism, he should build a neutral object, like a universal object. I don't think we should think of long-term local presence or only think about international and build your hotel in a internationally developed style. Also, another thing is that now, especially today, I think, and everybody mentions that, we need to save expenditures on building new hotels. Hotels is an emotional type of commercial real estate. For most investors, it's like a favorite toy or a hobby, something like that. And for that reason, you've always wanted that, so I'm going to do it. So all that, this was not rational sometimes in terms of return on investments, but especially now it's like unacceptable. All the expenditures need to be controlled, and all the concepts and business plans need to be worked out thoroughly. And I'm very happy that I'm not consultant right now, because anybody asked me to build 10-year analysis. I don't know what about Yulia, how they do it right now, but this situation is like totally uncertain. And that's what's been happening in our markets, but especially today, it's especially true. So all the concepts, all the business plans need to include this level of uncertainty and different level of stress tests, that we could understand our worst scenarios, our most optimistic scenarios. That's my answer.
Ну, бизнес у нас всегда действует в условиях.
Business also always works in the atmosphere of uncertainty, and I'd like to come back to Elizaveta Yergenovna. She was mentioning, and a very important thing, the financial knowledge and the financial awareness of the population. I mean, this facility to use pension funds for the mortgaging purpose. And in case, for example, a person wants to buy a car, on the basis of analyzing the annual income, by analogy with mortgage, what is going on in this sector? For example, we take into consideration the median salary 104 for 41,000 tenge. What a person having such an income can afford here in Almaty? Please, the floor is yours. We have several programs that are subsidized by the state. This is 2% annual interest, and there is so this is for the families with many children, and families who have children, invalids, and we provide such businesses for many families, and in January we'll have 15,000 such clients. There is a program called Shanirak. This is a program, it was launched this year, and this program allows to buy a flat in a newly built building. There is a 10% of initial input. This is available for the families with median salary, and we are working with the Akimat of Almaty. This is the only authority that provides finance for that, provides allocations for that, and we had such programs for the creative people, for journalists, for artists. They had the right to make an initial input 10% of the annual. So these are the programs subsidized by the state, because the basic rate in Kazakhstan, maybe for our Russian colleagues it may seem that 5% is not so more, but our basic rate is 10.2, and such rate for the loans is not only attractive, but it looks like an attractive, it looks like an additional income for those who use it during the, and those people who had high income, they didn't feel any difference because now they're providing the same services online. So this is the global trend, because the social inequality in all the countries of the world will become a global threat. And in this respect, there will be, looking at this, there will be more programs oriented at the populations with different incomes, with lower incomes. We shall take into consideration the groups of people who are younger and who have lower income. The country in which you live and in which you are saving your money should be comfortable from all points of view, and the issues of residential facilities will go to a higher level of thinking and providing services. And of course, we are not planning to inspire giving money to poor people. And some people say that you are destroying the economy, you are providing money to everyone. Of course, residential facilities are associated with the living cycles of the family. For example, if you are 25 years of age and you have one child, you will provide one type of the loan, and a different family will need another loan. So looking at the world trends, we can say that there will be businesses flourishing that provide one or two functions but do it very well. Well, our bank doesn't work with legal persons. One of our products is mortgage, and we deal only with natural persons, with individual clients. We have very low operational costs, and we can afford to have low rates, and our MPA is 0. After coronavirus, and before coronavirus it was 0.18. So here the transformation of business will take place because of the transformation going on in the society. I have a lot of ideas, a lot of topics to mention. I don't want to overload your attention. Now we are on the verge of some mental revolution and continuing and reconsidering our values. And our society and our business and our relations will be in the transformation, and we can look forward to some new sensations because we are going to reconsider some values. Unfortunately, we have less time than we should afford for every speaker. Now we're going to spend more time to ask questions. The world is always preparing to a crisis, and we'd like to understand in what way this current crisis is different from the previous crisis. In fact, next year, so now we are going to have a rebranding. We'll have a different name. It will be called Atbasima. If we translate it from Kazakh, it is called family, or the fire which is in the household. And Atbasi is the master of this fire. This is to understand that family values have become predominant we thought, okay, there is a generation of Zoomers and no one. Life shows that you can overcome all the barriers, that you can cope with all the difficulties if you have a family. No matter if you have good positions or if you have high salary, if you have VIP services, this is something very transient, but the family is an eternal value. And at the level of our bank, we want this value to promote further via our tools and products. And the best package is meant for the family when people save money for themselves, for the members of the family, and if they want to buy a flat, they just join all these deposits. If you have a good family at home, you'll have a real home. But if you just have a beautiful building, a good flat where no one is waiting for you, you'll be in trouble. So, Yerali Bulatovich, so what are the peculiar features of the present crisis? What do you feel? I totally agree with Lizat Yerkenovna. This crisis is something special. This is the crisis of values. This is the reconsideration of all paradigms for every human being, and this crisis is going to fundamentally change the lifestyles of everyone, the lifestyle of everyone, and business. The role of the business, of every business, will be reconsidered. Previously, we were united by business in the business world, and now you are united by some more important things, and this crisis is tending to harmonize our relations, and this crisis is going to put everything in its place. I would say that a common feature is the need to restructurize the financial situation. What's new in this crisis? This is really the first global crisis because we are all in one boat and we have to tackle with similar problems. Talking about GLO, we have a very active collaboration with the colleagues throughout the world, and in spring we were dealing with our Asian colleagues, trying to understand in what way they were trying to cope with this quarantine. And we are also dealing with some other global teams to be able to understand in what way they cope and what experience we can borrow. And the second point to be mentioned is the need to reorganize the way we work technologically. This relates to the movable property and technologies and the relationship between the rent takers and rent givers. Tatiana would like to hear from you. Yes, colleagues. To all that was mentioned by the experts previously, I'd like to add also that from the point of view from the hotel business, this crisis is to ruin fundamental values, because our previous crisis were not so serious, because previously we used to have smaller problems, and it was about people liking different hotels, but now this crisis is really serious because people do not travel, and when they will start to travel, no one can predict. Another feature is uncertainty in which we have to exist. We cannot plan anything, and we cannot know how much time it will last. And it is difficult to make any forecasts because sometimes you feel that you are going crazy because you cannot understand what is going on. But not to sound so pessimistic, I must say that I'm 100% confident that now we are learning something very essential. If we cope with this, as a result, we'll have something fundamentally different from the global point of view, from the point of view of values, and will obtain a morally and spiritually united world, a more wholesome world, and it help us to create something more humane and more global that we used to have before. Thank you, Tatiana. With this, we'll have to finish our session, though there were so many questions and we could disclose much more topics. There are some interesting things that were disclosed here. We have different approaches and different understandings of our clients. We have new challenges, and our businesses and our life is going to change. I believe that today's discussion was very successful. Many interesting observations, and we are switching on to the communicating with the mayors of different cities. We are requesting you to switch on to the first studio. There will be a TV discussion on the new normality of the cities. We are requesting you to switch to another studio. And with this, we are finishing this session. I wish you every success. And the continuation will be in the first studio. Thank you very much. I wish you success.